Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, which is being live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally and using their title, for example, Councillor Jones, so that it is clear who are councillors and who, by the process of elimination, are officers. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting your microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you are in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly, taking the time speaking directly into the microphone when making contributions. When referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. And finally, on this part, please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Similar to the process now followed at full council, when considering motions or amendments which are substantive in nature, I will call a recess where necessary so that I may seek governance advice on competency. This is good practice in governance terms and will also provide for governance to be able to collate and circulate the terms of said motion or amendment to members in order that they have the opportunity to properly review it. I hope this process makes matters more effective and I seek member support in implementing this. As you might recall, the pre-election guidance, our Council's pre-election period guidance, was emailed to you on the 12th of February and again on the 5th of March this year with further advice. As mentioned in the emails, the guidance is there to ensure that as a Council we operate in a politically neutral way in the run-up to the election. The pre-election period begins on the 16th of March and our Council ends on the 8th of May. In terms of the guidance, I would highlight the following. Councils are prohibited by Section 2 of the Local Government Act 1986 from publishing any materials which appear to be designed to affect public support for a political party. Publicity is defined very widely. It includes any communication in whatever form addressed to the public at large or to a section of the public. Worth further highlighting that publicity also includes the streaming of meetings online. These obligations apply all year round but are particularly sensitive during a pre-election period, so please bear this in mind in today's meeting. And that's, I think, the longest introduction I've ever had as a chair, but worth repeating there, we just need to be careful and mindful of the political situation in the national election coming up. So with that, I'm going to move to item 1, the Southern apology. Claire?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I haven't been advised of any apologies this morning. 15 members present, 9 in the room, 6 on Teams. The 6 on Teams are Councillors Blake, Dashburn, Hagman, Ingalls, Marsh and McCammon. And for those on Teams, we know who's all in the room. We have the Chair, Vice Chair, Councillor Dempster, Dorward, Johnston, Marshall, Slater, Stevenson and Wilson. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I think Councillor McFarlane is coming in, but he's stuck in traffic, so he will be here, but for the morning just now, no.
Okay, thanks very much. And thank you, Claire. Right, with apologies. Okay, so have any declarations of interest? Or statement of intention? Richard Marsh first.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Yeah, it's simply just a statement of connection in relation to item number 4, the community asset transfer of Kirkcowan Village Hall. That is my own village hall, so it won't preclude me from speaking or debating on the item, but I just felt I should mention my connection.
Thank you, that's noted. Is there anyone else? Councillor Durward.
Morning, Chair. Potential conflict of interest in relation to agenda item 6, 2.3, recommendation in terms of Ellis Land. I'm a trustee on the board, so I'm declaring a conflict. I won't talk to that at all, but I'll stay in the meeting if that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks very much. That's noted. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. Agenda item 9, active travel. Sanker Enterprise Company is in the process of completing an active travel project, and I'm chairman of that organisation, so it's just a statement of connection. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies, I forgot to say I'm happy with people obviously joining online. I'm supposed to actually state that, so can we just make that in the record? Thanks. Is that all the declarations of interest? Okay, so we'll move on to item 3, the minute of the previous meeting, which is just for approval. Are we happy to approve? Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody not. Okay, so yes, we're happy to approve. That's fine, thank you. So we'll move on now to item number 4, which is the community asset transfer, Kirkcowan Hall, also known as St Cooin's Hall, Kirkcowan, St Cooin's Crescent, Kirkham, DG8OHH. The report presents the members of community asset transfer application for Kirkcowan Hall, an SCIO, and the community business plan for the transfer of the hall, also known as St Cooin's Hall, Kirkcowan, under the Community Development of Scotland Act 2015. The report also includes the recommendations of Wickhamshire Area Committee, who considered the application at their meeting on the 4th of March 2026. Members should note that this report, and also item 7, which follows immediately after it, that the advice from governance is that the decision to recover incurred legal fees and outlays has already been decided by full council, and therefore applying a cap on fees and outlays is not within the scope of either the Area Committee nor this committee. However, legal services will ensure that they keep all costs and outlays to a minimum, if possible, within the bounds of their delegated authority. Legal fees are also not within the scope of additional conditions to be applied by members, which is intended to cover unusual conveyancing matters not normally included. For example, access rights in favour of the council, or obligations to keep toilets facilities open to the public, etc. The delegated authority to area committees to determine CATs is subject to the disposal and acquisitions policy, which dictates that if a property sale is for less than best consideration, then such must be determined by this committee. That policy is under review, and until there is a change to that, then area committees only have the authority to determine a CAT transfer insofar as such are recommended to be sold at market value. So we've got Vlad Valiente and Stephen Whitelaw with us today, who can give an overview of the conditions that can be attached to the CAT application, and Melinda Dolan is available to take any questions on the report. Vlad, Melinda, is there anything else you want to add?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just maybe just a wee bit of clarity within the standard conditions. So the standard conditions are on our website in terms of the CAT section of our website, and it specifically mentions some of the standard conditions that the legal team will look to include as a matter of course when, particularly when properties are less than consideration, as you've relayed there. Some of these will include, as you've mentioned, kind of looking at the title deeds, looking at the burdens and any servitudes that might have to be applied, but also clawback type provisions which might be attached also through standard securities, and that's obviously again for properties of that kind of value less than consideration, and therefore we would look to take these forward through the legal team as a matter of standard. So these are the groups have been notified that that's the standard conditions that might be applied, and in the decision notice this will be further detailed to the groups. In terms of the additional ones that you mentioned there, that's really ones that would be probably more unique to the relevant locality or the relevant venue or establishment, and they would be in essence put into a report really as recommended for members' consideration, or members might wish to raise their own recommendations as a result. But these are quite unique and quite rare.
Thanks, Vlad. Have we any questions? Councillor Marsh, you're first in.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I'm delighted to see this report finally coming before us today. It's been a long time coming. Kirkcowan Village Hall was taken under the kind of guise of a volunteer management committee since 2017. So this has been a long time coming, as I say. I feel that it's a very, very strong application. Credit must be given. I'd like to put it on record to the current Hall board for really driving this application forward. You can understand, you know, the kind of trepidation of a volunteer organisation taking on such a feat, because I'm quite sure that the rebuild or refit will be into the millions of pounds. So credit must be given to this organisation. You can see on page 20 of the paper at 4.7.1, the officer assessment of the proposal gave a very strong assessment. On page 21 at 4.11, the social value generated by this CAT, I don't think I've seen as quite a high one for some time, almost 5 to 1. So again, the social value and the importance of this being taken on by the group is huge. I truly feel that this can be the catalyst to the regeneration and revitalisation of a small rural village. Again, it hits many of the priorities and policies of our council to try and guard against rural depopulation. I think the group taking this facility on will absolutely regenerate it into the hub of the community once again. So I very look forward to that coming to fruition. I will just note, as Vlad has touched on, the recommendation of the Wigtown Area Committee. It was agreed unanimously to take the CAT transfer forward. At that time, it was suggested we put a cap on the legal fees, but obviously given 4.16 on page 23, and obviously a further conversation with Vlad, I now fully understand the situation there. So I would propose today that we move for option 1 on page 21 of the report to accept the CAT transfer without additional condition. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Richard. Councillor Hagman.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for this. Yeah, obviously we had Wigtown Area Committee and there was a lot of debate about legal fees, etc. So really helpful to get that clear indication of where we're at. Like Councillor Marsh, yes, just put on record my thanks to the community. When you look through the report, you can see, you know, some of the reports go back to 2016, so we're 10 years in the making, and just the tenacity and the resilience of the local community, I think, has to be noted. And I also just want to draw out, because I know in the past, some community asset transfers, there's been concerns around public toilets, but that is recognised within this business plan. And certainly on page 75, it makes reference to new spaces, and the toilets are there, both within the building and public toilet accessibility from outside. So I just want to say thank you on record to the community that have worked really hard on this one, and you know, they've listened to the feedback from the community, because I know, you know, like other communities, public toilets often is a hot topic, so that has been recognised. So happy to support the transfer of this with no additional conditions added. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Katie. So I take it you're happy to second Councillor Marsh's motion to
I
go
am,
for consider
yes.
one. I don't see anyone else wanting to speak, so I think we'll just go straight to that. Are we happy to agree with option 1? Yeah. So I'm not hearing anything to the contrary, so in that case we'll move on to item number 5. And this report presents to members a community asset transfer application from New Luce Memorial Hall and the community business plan for the transfer of New Luce Memorial Hall under the Community Empowerment Scotland Act of 2015. The report also includes recommendations from Wigtonshire Area Committee, who considered the application at their meeting on the 4th of March. The legal advice which has already been outlined for item 4 also applies to this item, and I'm hoping just that you'll accept that as is. Melinda is here, as Vlad is still in the room, to answer any questions. Is there anything you want to add at this stage, either of you, Melinda or Vlad? No? That's fine. So I'm going to move to Richard. Do you want to come in again? Yep.
Thank you again, Chair. Yeah, just similar to item number 4 there. Very glad to see this come forward today. The proposal was agreed unanimously at Wigtown Area Committee. Again, a volunteer group has been diligently looking after this asset since the early 1990s. Now, a scheme, the New Luce Memorial Hall scheme, is taking stewardship of this building. That community has a track record, guaranteed track record of delivery, be it the Community Council, be it the Development Trust, or in this case, the New Luce Memorial Hall. So I have no doubt that this will again become a future-proofed hub of that community. Referencing page 90, 4.7, again, the officer assessment was strong of the proposal. And at page 91, at 4.11, the social value, again, very good at 4 to 1 there. So extremely good application. And just as I said in the first item, number 4, I would move to option 1 for this CAT and agree it without additional condition. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Councillor Hagman, Katie?
Yeah, similar comments really. And I think, you know, it's really important that we recognise this one just as well. These are quite similar community assets transfer requests that's to the previous item, but I just want to draw the attention of members to page 120. There's a list of user groups on that page that just shows how active New Luce is. Now, New Luce itself in the village is a really small community, but when you see the amount of activity that's happening in this community, I think it absolutely has to be commended. Similar to the last one, the first community consultation was done in 2016. Unlike the last one, there's actually further ambitions here for Changing Places facility as well, which I absolutely welcome. So I think it's just testament to our fantastic communities across Wigtonshire, across the west of the region, and there is a real appetite to take forward and actually transform these hubs. So again, happy to support or second the recommendation from Councillor Marsh. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm not seeing anyone else want to come in, either online or in the room. So I'm going to move straight to the recommendations. So we've considered 1, 2, noted 3 and 4, and we've got a proposal that we go with option 1, the transfer. Are we in agreement? Okay, thank you very much. That's it then. Thanks very much, Vlad. Let's go on. Just give the officers a chance to settle in. Okay. We're ready? Yeah, you're all set. Thanks very much. So item 6, the Capital Investment Programme, 3-year programme, 26-27 to 28-29. Report by the Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure. The purpose of this report is to provide elected members with the information on the proposed 3-year capital investment programme for all asset classes except the ICT asset class for 26-27 to 28-29. Karen Brownlee is available to take any questions on the report along with other officers as may be required. Karen, is there anything you need to add at this stage?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add.
Thank you very much. I'm now ready to go to questions for officers. Sorry, Councillor Marshall, Sean.
Thank you, Chair. Two or three points just to ask. First one, probably quite relatively simple, is with regards to 4.7. It's really just a little bit more information because it states that the REBA 3 stage and early stage was fully funded by external sources. So just wondered how much that was. That's the first question. The second one is with regards to the Appendix 1. And I know we get quarterly reports on the large projects, etc. But I would request in future that when you look at the one-liners, I think it's quite understandable when you look at the strategic projects, White Sands, Dumfries High School, etc., merit one line. I think when it comes to Borderlands, I would request that there's subheadings there for the various projects, because we have the likes of the Chapel Cross project, the Stranraer Marina project. So I think it would be good if we could actually itemise each of the projects in Borderlands so that we get a clear update on each of those projects. So that's the request. And the third point is with regards to 4.11, and that's in relation to the 1.7 million that has been agreed at the enabling customer services, the 1.7 million for remedial works to the harbour wall over a number of the next 3 financial years. I think at the enabling customer services, we didn't realise what that implication would have for the asset class programme, but it's clear that certainly some projects that have been debated quite a lot by members with regards to cemetery projects. It seems to be the cemetery projects that are taking the hit. So we've got the Dumfries Cemetery project, 2000 is pausing. The Memorial Headstone Safety Project, that's until 2007, but we're rescheduling the Dumfries Cemetery project and limiting future cemetery extension development to ground investigation works only. Just a little bit more information on that and what implications that does have for delaying or halting these projects. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Karen?
Thank you very much, Chair, and through yourself, thank you, Councillor Marshall, for your questions. I can pick up on the last two, and then I'll hand over to Oliver for your first question in terms of section 4.7. So in relation to Appendix 1, I absolutely note your comments about the Borderlands and the specific projects that sit within that. So I'm happy to take that away and have further discussions with Finance in relation to that, who prepare that overarching spreadsheet as detailed in Appendix 1. And in terms of your third point, sorry, in relation to 4.11 and the 1.7 million, what we have done there is we have looked at the asset class as a whole over the next 5 years and reduced various areas within that asset class. Now, I don't have the specific detail to hand, but I do recall that we've reduced key elements or key lines within the public realm of 30,000 or 50,000 over a 2 or 3 year period in order to equate to that 1.7 million. In terms of the Dumfries Cemetery, there was, and again, don't have the specific figure off the top of my head, but more than happy to share this with members after committee. There was approximately 470 to 500,000 remaining in the development for Dumfries Cemetery. That work is able to be paused to a later date until and therefore that's the reason that we've reallocated that, but that will come back into the overarching public realm budget when required, both by the engineers and the neighbourhood services team to conclude the setup of Dumfries Cemetery. And in relation to headstone safety, I'll maybe pass to Alan Mawson just to pick up on that specific element there. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Marshall. So, yeah, I think just to reflect on Carl's comments, we reviewed public realm spending across neighbourhood services, and public headstone safety was one of the elements that we looked at. We will be carrying out the continuation of phase 3 headstone safety this and next year as a carry forward of funding, so we're behind slightly on that, but there was a pause on the headstone safety for phase 4. Looking at realigning that when we come back into looking at the review of the public realm money for next financial year 27-28. I guess for where the reduction that we looked at to meet the 1.7 million, meaning that stuff had to be paused but not stopped, and that's a reflection of Dumfries Academy, some Dumfries Cemetery as well. So there's no stop to these. What we have discussed around about community assets is looking at next year, looking at a 5-year public realm plan rather than coming in every year with the funding that we know that's available to us, so that we can try and tick these key areas, with headstone safety being one of them, an area that we know we need to get back on track with, but we're slightly behind. So the works will continue, but there'll be no further funding for phase 4 of the headstone safety. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sean, you okay with that? Oh, right, sorry, Oliver, yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Marshall. We don't have specific figures for the 0 to 3 rebus stages because it wasn't funded by ourselves, but due to it being such a large project, for rebus stage 4, that was split into 2 parts. So we do have the breakdown of figures for you on that. So for 4A, which came to, there was a contribution of £50,000 from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, just over 13,000 from SOSI, and just over 7,000 from the Ellisland Trust's own funds. The 0 to 3, though, is largely funded by the National Heritage Lottery Fund and SOSI's funds, but we don't have specific figures for those because, as I say, it's not one of our funding streams, those.
Okay, Sean, yeah, thank you. Now, I've got 3 councillors waiting to speak, Councillor Stevenson, McFarlane and then Johnson, in that order. Paula?
Sorry, Chair, I think Caroline had her hand up before me. Thank you. If not, I'm happy to come in.
It's you next. Caroline's actually the last on the list because she's last to...
Okey-doke, no, that's fine. It was just, you know, we're asking to put extra money into roads here now. I'm sure everybody's emails are full of potholes, issues and things. Are we actually using this money wisely enough? Because the amount of potholes in my ward that have been filled, and 3 days later we're having to report them again because the filling's coming out, and they're in quite strategic places on the roads that are used quite often by drivers. And what I have noticed as well is we're still not sealing the pothole. So what we actually are doing now, and I've noticed this on streets in my own ward, is we're filling the pothole. We were almost overfilling it, so it becomes almost like a sleeping policeman for some reason. But then that just comes out. The minute it starts raining or a car goes over it, it just starts disintegrating again. And then again, on repeat, we're constantly reporting these potholes. So, you know, are we doing it right? Do you know, are we spending this money wisely? Thank you.
Okay, who's going to take that? Stuart?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor. With regards to this capital investment, what I would say is that this acceleration of funds that I think you're referring to, that is not for pothole repairs. The pothole repairs is actually a revenue budget, so this is for more substantial surfacing repairs within the town in advance of any of the White Sands project being undertaken. With regards to the current condition and the issues you're seeing and with potholes reappearing, I have actually been out myself and had a look at a number of ones that I've been made aware of, and what I'm finding is that the initial repair is still there. It's actually roundabout that's come away. So that means that we need to be more proactive in the larger scale thinking of how we do preventative maintenance going forward. And I put a briefing out to members, and I've prepared a briefing anyways, that with a 5 to 10 year plan of how we can achieve that with the the resources that we currently have and what we're looking at going forward. So we're, as a service, we're looking to improve on that. We're bringing in additional staff that will also help us not just look after our own works and monitor that performance better, but also the external as well. So there's still things coming through the Road Improvement Fund as we're improving the service, and hopefully we'll start to see that on the network as we go forward.
Okay, Paula, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, I'm really pleased to hear that because it's the number one issue, and I'm glad you're looking at what's been left by other providers and companies, because there's actually quite a substantial amount of damage that gets left with that, and it ends up falling back to the council to fix. So that's great, thank you.
Okay, so I'm assuming that's when the external contractors do a less than satisfactory repair job.
Sorry, Chair. We're looking at external contractors, and we're also looking at our own internal teams and tightening up on the practices there as well.
Okay, thanks, Stuart, for clearing that up. Is that you, Paula? Yeah, everything. Thank you. Councillor McFarlane, Andy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I see on page 169, we've got the Kirkcudbright Bridge on the appendix, which we previously agreed was going to be part of this expenditure. However, there's nothing apportioned towards it. Now, as you'll be aware, I was heavily involved when the bridge was closed and working alongside officers to try and get sort of community opinion and consultation as a means of how we deal with that. It's an arterial route, so it's very important to the local community. And I believe, although I haven't read back into the papers, but I believe that we had said that we'd be bringing forward some sort of plan as to how we're going to progress with this. We were going to get some sort of idea as to some sort of design that we could put into the community, and we'd have some sort of indication of indicative costs as to where we're going to be. So I'm really quite disappointed to see that there's nothing come forward in relation to that.
Sorry, Andy,
Sorry.
I think somebody got across you in the end there.
So-
yeah, I think we've
yeah,
got the
sorry.
gist. You want some information about Kirkcudbright Bridge? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Sorry
thanks.
for talking when I was being interrupted.
That's all right. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. So almost a year to the day, a year to last Friday was when we closed Kirkcudbright Bridge. What we've done to date, the last specific report in relation to Kirkcudbright Bridge was last June, and we gave a commitment that as Kirkcudbright Bridge was now going through the gateway process, that it would form part of the capital investment report that members have got in front of you this morning. Kirkcudbright Bridge is currently working towards the outlined business case to develop designs and to develop costings in and around that, and we're anticipating that that will go back through the gateway process, that gateway 2 through CIOG and CIPB later this year. We'll continue to update members through the capital investment report, and the next update in terms of specific projects and programmes will come to members in June. So happy to provide an update specifically in relation to Kirkcudbright at that point in time. What I would also suggest is, very conscious within the community of Kirkcudbright, there will be, a request for where are we at in terms of the project, what are the next steps, what are the timescales associated with that. Now, whilst we've got our online web page that we are updating as and when there is anything to update, more than happy for the team through Duncan and the wider team to look at a newsletter to provide that additional update in the coming weeks. Thank you.
You okay, Andy?
Yeah, thanks. I think a newsletter would be a really good idea, because I've started to get rumblings within the community that, what we have just now is all we're going to get. So it's really important that we try and keep the message out there that it is happening, that we have got plans and we are going to try and progress them. So thanks, Karen.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Councillor Johnson, then Councillors Wilson, and then Councillor McCammon in that order. Okay, Malcolm?
Thanks, Chair. It's actually on page 164. I've got a number of questions, but the first one is Table 3, the Road Improvement Fund, 5.15 million in 26, 27, 27, 28. Well, the 26, 27 part of it is not reflected in Appendix 1. The following years is, but that isn't reflected in Appendix 1, but that's probably just a typing thing or something. Then next we go into 4.12, the accelerate of the 628,000 for the Road Improvement Fund for the Dumfries, which obviously I welcome. I think we need to spend what we need to do on Dumfries to improve it, and some of the road conditions, particularly down at the, I know there's scheduled work coming in, but particularly down at the Dockhead junction is absolutely horrendous. But anyway, what is the detriment to the flood prevention scheme for this work not taking place sooner? Equally, if these were essential for the works to take place, why were they not part of the costing for the flood scheme? Because what I'm wondering, where I'm heading for here was, I mean, that was potentially an opportunity for an 80% grant if it was part of that. So I wonder if you could help me out with that.
I don't think it's an opportunity, but I'll pass it to officers.
Thank you, Chair, through yourself. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. And I'll pass over to Stuart in a second just for specific details, just in terms of the accelerated roads improvement fund request. But just in terms of your ask in terms of why this wasn't built into the White Sands project, these works are proactive works by the team, which Stuart will explain, and they wouldn't form part of that White Sands and Public Realm improvement works through the Scottish Government funding. That would be seen as a local authority project to progress, and hence the reason that we're keen to run it in parallel. You mentioned Dockhead, so Dockhead is similar, and the team are working through the process. I think we are presenting Gateway 3 to CEOG, CEOG in September this year to progress that again in parallel. But it couldn't form part of the overarching White Sands flood protection scheme because of the specifics allocated to the Scottish Government fund in there. But I'll hand over to Stuart just for any specifics in relation to the ring-fenced, the accelerated request. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. With regards to the acceleration of funds for the Dumfries, the major arterial routes within the town, it was recognised following the Council's approval of the White Sands Flood Prevention Scheme that due to disruption that we will see in Dumfries over a 3 to 4 year period, that we had to closely look at the data we have on these arterial routes and look at what was being thrown up by the analysis for the next 3 to 4 years as requiring maintenance. Now, as you'll appreciate, that during this construction phase, there will be some road closures and diversions put in place within the town, and to allow the works for the next 3 or 4 years that would be coming to the fore for the service to undertake, we need to accelerate that to allow traffic flow during the construction phase, or potentially if we delay that to beyond the construction phase of the White Sands Flood Prevention Scheme, we may be facing a larger bill for the maintenance and the reconstruction of some of these routes. So it's a proactive approach we're looking at as a service to try and mitigate as much of future damage to the network, but also this will allow us to keep the flow of traffic during the construction phase as well. And that's the reason why we've brought this in the report today, to try and gain that approval, to accelerate the funds, to try and mitigate as much disruption to the members of the public of Dumfries and the region and tourists as well during the construction phase of the White Sands Flood Prevention Scheme. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's just I've still got a bit of a nagging doubt that potentially there might have been part of the overall costings for the project. But I fully accept that. But equally, the first wee question about why Table 3 and Appendix 1 is different, I'd be curious to find out why that is as well.
Chair, happy to come in there. I do believe that is a typo, but we'll pick that up and correct that. Thank you.
Can I just come back in on that? Because as well as being a typo, it's not included in the sum because I added the numbers up as well. So it means that the total on that appendix is incorrect.
So, you obviously read the papers, eh? Good, well done. Yeah, we can sort that offline if that's okay with you, Malcolm. Yeah.
Yeah, we will do. Thank you.
And reissue that appendix to committee members. Thanks. So I've now got Councillor Wilson, Caroline, and then Jackie McCammon after that. So Caroline, you now.
Thanks, Chair. It's just on page 164, 4.14, where we've been asked to agree to accelerate the money for the Road Improvement Fund, and it mentions about schemes being highlighted for maintenance, but I can't see what those schemes are, and I'm sorry if I'm missing that in the report, but I can't see it. And just kind of following on for Councillor McFarlane with regards to the Kirkcudbright Bridge, I'm just wondering whereabouts we are, how far we've progressed with getting costings for that, and what's been done so far. Thank you.
Karen, do you want to pick that up?
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll bring Stuart in to answer the road section, and then Duncan for Kirkcudbright Bridge in terms of the specifics. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Stuart.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, with regards to 4.14, yeah, I noticed it has got schemes highlighted within the report. Unfortunately, we've not brought that to you. What we'll do is we'll share that list with you following this. But essentially, it's schemes that are already in the capital asset class at the moment that are carried forward. We've been working on some design element and working on some land negotiations with landowners, etc. That these schemes now need to be carried forward. But through design, we've actually identified that the result of the design work is that there's more cost associated with them than what was initially at feasibility side. Sorry.
So Stuart, can we reissue them to the committee members? You said it was in the previous report, isn't it? Yeah. So can we reissue it? Because, yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's what you're meaning, Caroline, isn't it?
Yes, thank you. It's just because they're not in here, so and my memory is shocking. Thank you.
Okay, so if you can do that, Stuart, thanks. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And just to add to what Stuart confirmed there, officers are working behind the scenes to update the dashboard to ensure that all projects are noted within the dashboard, so members will be able to see that digitally as well, probably from the start of the financial year. But happy to share the hard copy that was shared previously. And I'll hand over to Duncan now in terms of Kirkcudbright Bridge. Thank you.
Just a second, though, it's halfway through. Is it actually on that point, Sean? Yeah. Okay, and you come then.
I'm just wondering, because I have highlighted concerns with the dashboard, etc., and I know it's something that we're going to review, but I think specifically when we're being asked to accelerate nearly £1 million worth of work, then, you know, and it sounds as though that even if we interrogate the dashboard, we wouldn't be able to see at this point. I just think we probably need to, it would have been good, I think, if we'd had an appendix to see the roads that are being done, because we're basically just saying £1 million, yeah, but we don't really know what that £1 million is going to deliver.
Yeah, I think what I'm picking up here, Director, is that the dashboard should actually be a part of this report in future. Right, so it makes it easier for everybody, I would suggest.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just to confirm, this report in front of members is the 3-year plan. You know, the financial updates, including the project and programme updates, come quarterly to members. Previous update was in February, and next update will be in June. However, behind the scenes, prior to June committee, the dashboard will be updated with specific projects, and I'll maybe hand to the exec director just to update that.
Right, okay. Lisa, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Marshall. Just to clarify in terms of which dashboards, because I think we're using the term for two different ones. So there's the dashboards that are provided on the strategic projects that come through this report on a quarterly basis, and as Karen has just said, came in February. But there is also the dashboards on the smaller projects that's just that online, and you know there's a huge number of those, so we don't put them in the report and haven't done since we developed this new process. You're aware that we're reviewing the process between April and June, so more than happy if it's about specific projects for us to take some of that feedback on board as we go through that review process to work out what we might be able to change moving forward.
And just to go back, I wasn't asking for that, the smaller dashboards or the information that to be provided. I just thought because we're accelerating £1 million worth of work, it might have been good to at least get an indication of what projects are affected by that, because as I said, we don't know which ward they're in, etc. So I just think for completeness of information, it would have been helpful to have that, to see what projects, because obviously I think you must have identified the projects that either you need to bring forward or ones you need to accelerate, so that would have been helpful.
Yeah, thank you. More than happy to take that feedback on board. Thank you.
Yeah, and just 2 seconds, Karen. I was actually meaning if there was a specific ask, then the dashboard for that specific ask could be attached. That's what I was getting at. No, the entire dashboard. That's so. I think we've got that cleared up. Caroline, is there anything else? Oh, there was about the bridge. Yeah.
Aye, sorry, I think we're
Duncan,
just waiting on Duncan coming in.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Yep, thank you, Chair. Through yourself, thank you, Councillor Wilson, for your question. So, in terms of the new bridge, we have identified a number of potential new bridge locations for assessment, these different crossing points. We've got outlined specimen design for a new bridge, you know, just a sort of standard bridge specimen design for the superstructure, the supports and the foundations, which will help in the costing side of that. Alongside that, the team have been working on the preliminary design for the road alignment either side of the bridge in terms of connecting that bridge back on to the existing road network. Some of the options considered are not online, so to speak, so they're not on top of the existing bridge. They're actually divorced from it. So then there's a need to tie in those connecting roads back onto the public road network, and that's not without its challenges on the town side. So there's a good bit of work being done on that. Consultation's been underway with the Regional Harbour Master to get a good understanding of the bridge locations and the potential impact on the operational management of the harbour, if that was the case, depending on which option we were looking at. And consultation also with Scottish Water, who have combined sewer outfall, major works planned for in and around the harbour area itself. So we've been in discussion with them, that's ongoing as well, to see whether any of our options are going to cause issues with them, and vice versa, really. And finally, the other part is that we are in discussion with the Roads Development Manager, Kevin behind me, in terms of the standards for what that bridge, basically in terms of the basic terms, what the road width, active travel provision, tightness of curves, etc., for that location, all to hopefully help us deliver something that will minimise the impact on the local community. I'm in discussion with the procurement team at the moment around identifying and appointing an external quantity surveyor. We've been looking at certain frameworks, but they've not been fruitful thus far because they're more buildings orientated, but we're still pursuing that, and we'll hopefully progress in that soon. And the idea will be to get costings for a number of options so that we can review that in the round. Obviously, the further away you go from the existing crossing, the more connecting with infrastructure you require, heightens the cost, but there's different implications from each option, what each option has on cost. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The last question I've got here is Councillor McCammon. Jackie, you've been waiting patiently. You got a question?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Chair, I'm hoping you're going to indulge me here just for a couple of minutes, because I'm going to go down a rabbit hole, or should I say a pothole. I won't though, I promise. It's just to follow on from Councillor Stevenson's point regarding potholes. Now, it's a hot topic across the region, but in my ward, being parochial, it is a huge topic at the moment, and I've had lots of correspondence about it. So I would hate for my constituents to watch this back and say that I've not mentioned it. So I must do it. It's the only chance I'm going to get, Chair. Thank you. I'm surprised it's not on here, to be honest, given that at the minute, the biggest road safety issue is potholes. So that's my first point. Now, I know potholes is also revenue, but I've got two questions that are bugging me. I've got correspondence going on with the officers, so I'm not going to go on too much about it and take up too much time. But I'd like, for the public record, just what percentage of road defects and potholes repairs are inspected? And secondly, I'm a bit confused as to when and why the procedure for pothole filling has changed, because Stuart has just kindly said there to Councillor Stevenson that the process is going to be reviewed. But as far as I'm concerned, and Chair, when I was Vice Chair of your committee, these conversations have been going on since then. So I was under the impression that we were sealing potholes, etc. Like I say, I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole with it, but I'm just making these 2 points. And the materials being used, I believe, are going to change. So I'd just like a point of clarity, please, Chair, on those 2 points. So the percentages of road defects repaired, what percentage is inspected, and at what point did procedure change or begin to falter? Because as far as I'm concerned, it was beginning to improve and now it's declined again. But I'm going to leave it there, Chair. Like I said, thank you for letting me in.
Okay, no problem. Stuart.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McCammon, for your questions. With regards to the percentage of inspections to repaired potholes or repaired defects, we currently undertake about 10% checks on our repaired defects. So that's the current figure. With additional staff that's coming into the service in the next 5 to 6 weeks, and after training, we're expecting that 10% check to improve and the numbers to get up higher than the 10% that we currently do at the moment. With regards to materials, the service have got, as a previous committee of a number of years ago, the service actually only uses 3 different types of hot material. That is asphalt concrete, which is widely known as a dense bitumen macadam. We also use an HRA with pre-coated chips, and also an HRA which is 55% 10mm stone, and that was agreed through a lifetime cycle report that was written back in about 2014 by Charles Clemmy. The current temporary repair method that we have at the moment is no longer a temporary, it's not classed as a temporary repair material any longer. It's now got full approval that it can be classed as a permanent repair method, and that we use that within the service at the moment. Unfortunately, during the winter period there, due to not just Dumfries and Galloway Council's problem with potholes, but a national problem, our suppliers of that did run out and we could not get supplies of that material, so we used a different material, and I think we're finding that we have had a number of failures with that material, and we're addressing that at the moment through the service and looking at again the process of how we maintain a stock of the permanent repair material, the cold lay material. So again, as I say, we're continually reviewing our methods of repair methods and making sure they are working. The response to the sealing of potholes, due to the number of potholes that we've had at the moment, we've actually not been able to put out our main primary patching squads, so we are not sealing the tops of potholes, etc., but we are using a liquid bitumen spray that actually seals the sides of the pothole repairs, so you won't actually physically see that on the top. but there is a bitumen spray that we use that creates a bond between old and new surfaces, and that will continue to be used. I think prior to this we've had conversations on top sealing. That brings its own problems and liability depending on the quality of material, and also if you overbanding, if it goes out with the specifications, it opens us up to a liability problem if the likes of motorcycles or cyclists actually slip on that banding. So we are looking at ADEPT, which is the quality side of that's the report that identifies how pothole defects should be repaired, and we currently are, we are currently fulfilling that, and we are reiterating that processes with our teams as well to make sure we continue with that. Side sealing is acceptable through New Roads and Streetworks and the ADEPT policies, the guidances that are in place. Top oversealing is an option for us, and we'll continue to look at that and review that as methods for top sealing improve and give us that confidence that we can actually top seal without causing a risk or liability to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Karen, you want in as well?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McCammon, for your questions. So I just wanted to be absolutely clear in terms of inspections of defects. So just to be clear, all defects reported through both the old system and the new system that's currently going through a soft launch in terms of Fix My Street. All those defects are inspected by our team and then categorised. Now, Councillor McCammon, I appreciate you did state, once a defect or a pothole has been repaired, and Stuart confirmed that at this current time that is, sitting at around the 10%, which includes utility repairs as well, but that will increase come April, the recruitment of additional inspectors. So just wanted to absolutely clarify that. In terms of the members' update that Stuart sent out approximately 10 days ago now, that was to provide members with the update in terms of the journey that the Roads team have been on over the last 2 years, the difference that the Roads Improvement Fund has made, and the steps that we are making. However, I absolutely, take on board the impacts of winter on the road networks, particularly frost and rain, has taken its toll, and we are seeing some challenges across the network which the team are proactively trying to resolve. So just wanted to clarify those aspects. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I've actually allowed a wee bit of leeway there because this is actually a capital report, right? And a lot of what was getting discussed there, and I've allowed the leeway because the questions were about how we put into practice what we're going to be agreeing today. Okay, so, and there's also a danger this could slip into very easily political campaigning. Absolutely. And you're next on, Councillor Johnson, and then Councillor Slater to finish off. Malcolm, back to you.
Thanks. It was actually just, again, going back to 4.12 and the accelerated spending, it was just if the similar information could be shared as per the request from Councillor Marshall. That was all. I would assume that would be the case, but
yeah,
just to confirm it.
Yeah, that was an action to take forward there. That's fine. Councillor Slater. David?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions here. I've done a lot of research on this. Dumfries has a large aquifer of water under the town, and I've got to ask the question, is that why we need pumping stations? Because the water actually works with the river. It rises and falls with the river, so it does, and you can actually get salt in the water as far up as the Cludden. So what I'm asking here, what is Plan B in a lot of towns where pumps have failed, particularly York, and got flooded out? So that's one of the things as well. And the other one is the cost split between public realm and flood prevention, because the fund is for flood prevention. It's just how the split is between the public realm work. Does the government cover that as well, or just flood prevention? I have a question for Stuart as well, so if I may ask it. Recently, I had a person who fell off their bike on a pothole in Annan Road. Put it in, claimed it ruined his bike, he had to go to hospital and that. They filled the form in, put it in, but Zurich have turned it down. Now, the fact is that piece of damaged road is still there. So I just want to where he has to go from here to appeal that. And the fact is the road's not been repaired and it's been reported as being a fault or somebody's been injured.
No, sorry. David, that last question isn't for this report today. The issue, the White Sands isn't for this report today. The middle one you asked, I can't remember, what was it? The third question you asked? The second question you asked? The split in costs, yeah. The split, yeah. Can you update us on that, Karen?
Yeah, thank you very much. There is 2 lines in terms of strategic projects within the appendix. They're relating to White Sands and the second Newton Stewart. Later on in the agenda, there is a flood report, namely flood risk. So there's also a programme within the public realm, specifically within the public realm asset class, that links specifically to smaller localised flood projects across the region that the team will work with communities on. So that's why there's a split there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm not seeing any more questions coming in, so I'm going ready to move to recommendations. So are we happy to note 1 and then agree 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8? And obviously the actions that are agreed earlier will be forthcoming as well. All right, thanks very much. So we'll move on now to item number 7, the road safety update. This report provides members with an update on the Council's role and responsibilities, methods of assessment and an update on Transport Scotland's approach to road safety. We've got Stuart Cavan and Kevin Morrison available to take any questions on the report, along with other officers as may be required. I'll now move across to any questions to be about. Sorry, is there anything to add? Are we comfortable as is just to go to questions? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Any questions? Jim? Councillor Dempster?
Thanks, Chair. It's probably a complaint rather than a question. If you go to page 182, agenda item 4.7, the definition of a road safety programme is a systematic approach to investigating road safety concerns, analysing their causes from data and implementing measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. You go to 4.9, it's been noted that the Council has no database for near misses, damage-only incidents or collisions involving animals and pets. These 2 statements don't sit well with me because I'm sure every councillor that's in a rural or represent a rural area, and some of the town councillors as well, will know accident black spots by heart, and I don't intend to list them today. And if there's nobody killed or injured, we simply don't do anything about it because you don't keep the data, and I don't think that's helpful. And it might be beyond your control, but I do think that we need to make representation either to Transport Scotland or the government to see if we can start collecting data, because sometimes it's only by grace of God that somebody's nobody killed or nobody is killed at some of these points, should I say. And if you look at 185, page 185, 4.18, the midpoint, you have a few people less killed, but a 9% increase in serious injuries, and casualties rose by 3% over the first period of the analysis. So there's clearly still work to be done, and if we are not given the opportunity to develop these measures by collecting data that helps us identify where the black spots are, we'll never cure that and we'll never resolve that issue. So it's not a question, it's just a complaint and observation, Chairman, that we are tied by legislation, what we can and can't do, and I don't think it's always helpful, because there are areas, absolutely, in my ward and elsewhere, we are seeing collisions constantly, and because nobody's injured or killed, it's it's no recorded, and I don't think it's satisfactory. It's an observation only.
Stuart, can you pick that up? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dempster. With regards to your concerns, what I would say is that the service has made great inroads in the last 6 months or so. We are looking at technology-based data that is available to us. Although it's not recorded by Police Scotland for non-injury accidents, we are investing in technology-based data that is highlighting areas where there's hotspots of harsh braking, etc., that could be attributed to road safety issues. So we are investing in that at the moment. I think we're just about to launch that new system within the service. So we're looking at ways of proactively identifying these areas, although they aren't actually recorded at the moment.
That's really helpful, Chairman. Thank you. And what I would say is maybe it's time we're speaking to insurance companies as well, because they're bound to have a database of where collisions occurred and therefore identify where black spots are, or help to identify. But that's really helpful, Stuart. Thanks very much for that, and thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. And also part of the injury to animals is part of Police Scotland's remit in terms of the Road Traffic Act. Okay, because it's very specific, the Road Traffic Act, what animals need to be reported if there's a collision or an accident with. I'm getting nods for the officers, so my police training in 1966 has paid off. Thanks. Is there anyone else? Sean? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just because, again, this is a report for Norton, but it's an update report as well. So I know that we've had previous discussions, and I know the director's taken on board to come back with a proposed scheme for road safety areas across the region that don't qualify under the AIP. Because I think I mentioned a couple of meetings back the instance where there's been 3 collisions at Dornoch, but none of them had injuries. So it was about capturing that, and I think we're trying to develop something over and above the AIP to try and target some of these kind of known hotspots. I just wondered what progress was being made on that, because I think probably member kind of information as well as other information would be good to actually progress that. And I know that we're waiting on a future report on how that will work, but I just wanted maybe an update on that.
Who's going to do it? Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. So in terms of reporting those kind of incidents, yeah, it was raised at the September Committee for Road Safety, and there was a discussion on the integrated reporting tool. So just to give you an update on where we are in that, I've done a bit of research on what's available in the marketplace. Unfortunately, there's nothing that's taken up or used by any other roads authority or other authority which would help or assist us in using that to our own advantage. So what we're doing is engaging with our business colleagues, business officers, to see if we can develop something ourselves, use some of the reporting mechanisms which we use in roads, and see if we can develop a specific bespoke road safety issuing tool. That's ongoing at the moment, and we will bring something later on, a future date, to let you know where we are and where we stand with that. Thank you.
That's great, and thanks for that update. And I just think, I know that there is maybe some information that's provided by police when they know there has been that, and I think that's been utilised somewhere in the report. So if that could be done as well, I would just ask as well, just to reach out to members in their wards, and if they have kind of like some evidence, which some of us have, of kind of hotspot areas, then we could feed into that to help actually, identify the hotspots across the region. Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin's got a note of that. That's fine, thanks. That's all the questions coming forward here, so I'm going to move to recommendations. So it's a note and report, so we're happy to note 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, thank you. Move on now to item 8, the 20 mile per hour speed limits progress update report. Report by Assistant Director Transport and Infrastructure. This report provides members with an update on the national strategy for 20 miles per hour and implementation of 20 mile per hour speed limits, in particular progress to date across Dumfries and Galloway, the programme for 26-27 and the future commitment to 20 mile per hour speed limits. Again, we've got Stuart Kevin Morrison along here with the Assistant Director. available to take any questions on the report, along with any other officers may be required. So, have we anything to add to this, Stuart? No. No, thank you. Any questions? Jim, Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. On 4.9 on page 191, there's a list of the communities that have been completed on the reduced 20 mile an hour TTRO programme. It doesn't include Karen Bridge, and I'm sure officers told me that Karen Bridge was being included as well. And it brings me to another question. I've been asked by the community of Closeburn why their settlement isn't included, and I know it's in a 40 mile an hour programme, and I already wrote to the Scottish Government raising concerns, and Transport Scotland, should I say, instead of the Scottish Government, raising concerns about speed of vehicles going through Minot Village, which is a 50 mile an hour speed limit. So I just wonder where we are with trunk roads mainly, and settlements that have 30 mile an hour limits and not yet included in any programme. And just clarification in Karen Bridge. And the last one is a separate question. On the appendix on page 199, Pen Punt has moved to Ward 12. It's in my ward, Ward 7, unless there's two Pen Punts, and I don't think so. But the other question, there is a serious question about this as well, though. Money Ive also sits on the A7, or is on the A702, and that's not included in timber transport route analysis or assessment. And there are complaints raised regularly by elected members about the volume and size of timber transport vehicles going through that community. So maybe you could help me in why that's not included in the Appendix 2, please. And happy to repeat it if I'll give you too money.
Kevin,
thank you. Maybe need to repeat the last one, just I missed that, but I'll come back to you on that one. So in terms of Karen Bridge, yes, we are working with Transport Scotland and Amy, who are their agents, to roll out the 20 mile per hour for Karen Bridge. That is part of a package of works which we have agreed with them for the likes of Sanker, Thornhill and Kelloholm. As far as I'm aware, those are progressing. That was the first site that we dealt with, and the temporary traffic regulation order implement dates are imminent, so we are rolling that out, and apologies for missing that on the list. In terms of could you just remind me of the...
Closeburn would just be on Thornhill. It's in a 40 mile limit, but it's on the same trunk road, and their properties both sides of the public road.
Thank you for that. In terms of Closeburn, it's not something that the Trunk Road or Amy have engaged us with. Certainly happy to take that back to Trunk Road and Transport Scotland and discuss that with them and see what plans they have, and I can communicate that back to you at a later date once I found out the answer to that.
Super, and I think the last one was One Head, and I imagine it's because the road skirts the settlement rather than goes through it, but it's a 30 mile an hour limit, and all the rest of the 30 mile an hour limits in my ward, or our ward, Tony and I, and Councillor Woods, they're all being addressed with the exception of One Head, and I'm just guessing that's the reason. Oh, and Minot Village have already written, so you don't need to worry about that there's a response for Transport Scotland about that.
Right. No, like you say, in terms of One Head, the amount of vehicles that are up there is something I can take back and look to. I'm happy to add these on to the schemes if that's how you feel about that. Certainly. Thanks very much, Chairman. I'm grateful for that, and you'll rectify where Pen Punt's moved to and move back. Apologies for that. Sorry.
Right. Stuart, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dempster. Just to touch on the Money Ive issue. Money Ive has actually got a recognised timber diversion route in place at the moment. If members of the public are actually seeing an increased number of timber transport actually running through the main village itself, we'd appreciate that if we could come forward and tell us about that, and we can take that up with the timber industry. But as it currently stands, because of that bypass that's in place and the agreement that's in place, that it doesn't actually qualify as one of the timber transport routes in the 20 mile an hour that we're looking at the moment, but it will come online. Just at the moment it's not in the next package of timber transport 20 mile an hour schemes.
Really helpful, Stuart. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, you'll deal with Stuart offline on that, yeah? You'll speak to Stuart about that offline, is that what you said?
Yes, of course I will.
Yes, okay, Malcolm, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. It's just, it's not my ward, and I apologise to Councillor Norwood and anyone else in Lockwood Ward about the Heath Hall, Lockwood Briggs section. And it's the number of people that find it quite confusing. I just wondered if you revisit it. And I get asked quite often by people, where are the signs? You know, I'm just basically talking about the signage for the 20-mile-an-hour part of it. You know, that's on different sides of the road, and there's just a lot of people have mentioned to me that it's very confusing.
Thank you, Chair, through you, and thank you for the question. In terms of the 20 mile an hour, that is on the A701 Trunk Road, and it obviously sits with AME and Transport Scotland. But as it happens, I was at the Dumfries and Galloway Road Safety Partnership meeting yesterday, and that was part of what came up in the discussions, that particular section of road. So it's on the radar, and hopefully they can take it back to them and maybe look at it as a temporary traffic regulation order. So in the fullness of time, they might look at to revise that if they get the appropriate feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Don't think there's anyone else. Okay. In that case, then, thanks very much. I'm going to move to the recommendations. So we have to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.5. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 9, active travel update, report by Assistant Director, Transport and Infrastructure. Report provides elected members with an update on the Swiss-Trans and the Dumfries and Galloway Council projects and programmes included within 25-26 active travel behaviour change and infrastructure programmes and the proposed programme for 26-27. It also provides information on communications and future engagement that the Dumfries and Galloway Active Travel Team will progress with stakeholders through forums and how they can contribute to the Active Travel Strategy Delivery Plan. I've got Karen here available to take it, but we've also Grant, it was your surname, I was trying to remember. But we've got Grant here. Sorry. So, have we anything to add to this, Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Lisa or anybody? Yeah, Sean.
Just a couple, just really to ask a couple of specific projects that are detailed. Page 212 SWE0044, that's the feasibility and preliminary design work for Lochmaben to Lochby, just an update on that. And also I notice in the next page in 213, there is I think the second last bullet point in the first list. It's the Grenta to Stranraer coastal path. It's really just maybe we get a more detailed report on that at some point, because I think just recently with the completion of the coastal path around England and the attempts to actually continue that right across the British Isles, I think it's key that we are able to deliver that project for our part of Scotland in Dumfries and Galloway. So just a little bit more information. And it might not be a report, it might be just some more information sent out on you know, what are some of the challenges, where are the pinch points, etc., so we get an understanding of how long that project will take. Thanks.
Grant.
Thanks, Chair, and for yourself. Thanks, Councillor Marshall. First of all, the Lochmaben to Lockerbie, there was a bit of a pause when we were in discussions with Crown Estates over a certain part of land, which we believe is now kick-started, so it's going to start moving things a wee bit further forward. We'd done some auctioneering previously with the community, and unfortunately the two options that to take forward, unfortunately the landowner wasn't prepared to sign any path agreement. So we've now gone back and looked at alternative that hadn't been looked at before, So it's still in development, so we're still hopeful. We've got a good relationship with Crown Estates. The Chief Execs have been helping us with that, so we're hoping to take that forward soon. Once we get some progress, we'll be bringing it back to committee with an update. On the coastal path, now £200,000 was agreed by the Swestrans board to provide for the SCAMP project for the coastal path. It's part of a 2-year development. So the SCAMP project's a 10-year project in total, and receiving, I think it's up to £10 million from the National Heritage Lottery. So the £200,000 was going for a 2-year project just for the development side of things for the coastal path. We also did an outline business case for the coastal path, which we brought also to Swestrans board for their for them to for their site and for their knowledge, to look at the positives and to look at those sort of constraints that you talked about there, Councillor Marshall. There is some, I think, over at the range over in Kirkcudbright, having to put a path through a military firing range might be a slight difficulty, but we're looking to talk, looking to try and develop that scheme. And it's our countryside colleagues, DGC, who we work closely with, and the core path team. And I think they've recently gone out to recruitment for an officer to take forward some of that work going forward. But we'll be keeping close contact with our countryside, because we have a number of projects that we work with them on. So we can certainly, again, when we bring back an update on active travel, we can bring back exactly what's been progressed so far. Councillor Marshall, if that's okay.
You mentioned about the MOD up at Kirkcudbright. There's also the pinch point. It's been a historical problem at Tordoch Point between Gretna and Eastriggs, where the MOD facility is as well. So probably the same kind of challenges there.
Yeah, no, we agree. Then we totally agree. But I think there's some paths, Annan. I think there's some paths out the villages that I think has been looked at present by our economic development colleagues, who again we work quite closely with regarding all things active travel. So, thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Councillor Wilson, Caroline.
Oh, thanks, Chair. It's just on page 206 at 4.20, and it says about within each community an anchor organisation would be identified. I'm just wondering how we're identifying anchor organisations and what we're expecting them to do, please. Thank you.
Through yourself, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. We are looking to put out expressions of interest for those settlements that we're looking to try and do work for those anchor organisations to come to express it if they wish to provide any help, which will basically be incorporating looking at any active travel improvements. So when I'm talking about it's looking at drop curbs, basically not so much pavement maintenance. That's our roads colleagues, but it's looking at those improvements that can help people who have difficulties, sight, or wheelchair users to get about their own town. We don't want them just stuck at one part of the town, because that's the only way they can put a mobility scooter. They can go on a mobility scooter. So we're looking for a lived experience from these organisations. We're also looking to help make a payment. It doesn't have to be just one anchor organisation per settlement. If there's 2 or 3 expressions of interest, we just ask them if they'd all like to contribute towards helping provide the live experience recommendations around about the settlement, their town, about what improvements might help them get from A to B. If that's all right.
You, Caroline, yeah? Do I come back?
No, thanks for that. That's really interesting, because I have in some of my areas went round with somebody with a wheelchair, and actually it's amazing how difficult it is to get around and navigate some of the pavements, and the drop curbs don't always marry up, if that makes sense. So I think that sounds like a really good piece of work. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not seeing anybody else coming in, so I'm getting ready to move the recommendations. So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Is that agreed? Thank you. Thanks very much, Grant. We'll move on now to item number 10. Just give Jamie a chance to get sat down. Members are asked to agree recommendations from the Tackling Poverty, Inequalities and Housing Subcommittee to establishment a Dumfries and Galloway Housing Regeneration Fund. It also considers the relevant allocations for 26-27 from the Council Tax on Second Homes. That income is aimed at aligning fully with recently agreed policy approaches. These resources have previously been considered as part of the Council's Town Centre Living Fund. However, the approach set out in this report aims to support diverse housing needs throughout the region, recognising the current challenges being faced by the housing sector. The report also asks members to agree an allocation from the 25-26 Town Centre Living Fund to support the community-led redevelopment of the former Woodside Garage in Gatehouse of Fleet. I've got Jamie Little here to answer any questions on the report. Jamie, have you anything you want to add at this time?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Linked to previous allocations and one of the applications here today, we've just last week on Thursday received confirmation that Regeneration Capital Grant funding has been allocated to two projects within the Strategic Housing Investment Plan that have one has been already supported by Town Centre Living Fund, the second being the Woodside Garage project. The Woodside Garage project has been allocated £1,334,058. Get the figures right, very important. From the Regeneration Capital Grant Fund, and 130 to 132 High Street in Dumfries, which has already had an allocation of £500,000 from the Town Centre Living Fund, has also been allocated £838,909 from the Regeneration Capital Grant Fund. So keen to share that with members, just to highlight the benefit of the funding that's available through the funding.
Thank you, Jamie. Anybody got any questions? Sean?
Just in regard, I know the first 3 or 4 are for the new financial year, but on the fifth one, we're allocating 300,000 from. It says the town centre sites element of the Town Centre Living Fund. It's really just to remind me, do we have an apportioned amount that we put aside for that, and if so, what is that?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Marshall. In terms of the allocations for 25-26, they were agreed at the 15th of April Economy and Infrastructure Committee. £300,000 was allocated to town centre sites, £300,000 towards empty properties, and £300,000 towards below tolerable standard funding. This report is recommending a slight difference on the basis of the current policy objectives of the Council. But yes, that has been the case in previous years. We've always brought an annual review of the funding back to committee for members to agree the most appropriate allocations.
I think I understand that element with those recommendations, but it was just on the fifth one. So this is for 2025-26, and specifically the 300,000 we're awarding to the former Woodside Garage and Gatehouse. And the question was more about how much funding is left, or how much funding was available within just the specific element, the town centre sites element of the Town Centre Living Fund. Does that make sense?
Yep. No, thanks, Councillor Marshall. So in terms of the £300,000 that we're recommending to members to allocate, what we've highlighted in the report is that will result in full allocation of the budget from the 25-26 financial year. So it is the full sum. We've been working with this group for some years now. I think they initially contacted us back in 2021 with this project to come forward. So it's taken some time to progress to this stage. But it's the only application being considered from the 25-26 town centre sites, and is seeking allocation of the full budget. You want to go another question, Sean?
On from that, because that was kind of my point. So we found that element of the funding challenging, or not as many people taking that opportunity up, or as groups taking that up, because as I say, it's pretty late in the financial year, and it's good that we've been able to actually use the 300,000. But as you said, it's maybe just the only application that's came in this year, whereas the other elements or the other parts of that probably are well oversubscribed.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Marshall. So in terms of the projects that are eligible, there are fewer of them. Where we're looking at empty properties and below tolerable standard, these are smaller sums that people are looking for. So there's more projects that come forward. But what we do in each year when we're bringing forward the annual review is we try and plan forward for what we expect to come up in the next financial year, just so we can make sure that allocation can be utilised appropriately. One thing I would say about the projects that come forward is that there are fewer. There are real challenges in delivery, but the sums they're now requiring to try and make these projects move forward has increased. You'll be aware of the Cars Billington development that Cunningham Housing Association took forward in Annan Town Centre. That was a project that delivered 27 affordable homes a good number of years ago now. They only required £103,000 from the Town Centre Living Fund to get it over the line. So it's really highlighting the significant increase in the costs that's being experienced, particularly around renovation and town centre sites. But no, we're confident that this is a sum that if allocated in the next financial year, we can deliver, but these projects do take a lot more time and effort from officers.
Okay, Sean. Councillor Stevenson. Paula?
Thank you, Chair. It's on the private landlords under number 4.1. And some of the feedback we've got from landlords who've left the sector, it's actually quite straightforward. Where are we with that, and have we engaged with these landlords or the current landlords that are still within the sector to make sure that they've got what they need available? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. So, recognising the challenges that private landlords were facing, we did carry out an engagement exercise specifically with landlords who had left the sector, just to find out the reasons they had done so, and that there's a myriad of different reasons, challenges with tenancies, investment costs, new energy efficiency standards, and some of the policy objectives that we want to support and recognise are costly to landlords, and there's no doubt about that. Local housing allowance rates in Dumfries and Galloway, and I've said this to members on a few occasions, around half of what they are in Greater Glasgow. So the rental yields down in Dumfries and Galloway are significantly lower. We continue to engage on a regular basis with private landlords, and we're promoting a lot of information and advice on the website. We've recently had a session with Home Energy Scotland to highlight potential support that's available for energy efficiency works, and also on our Housing Emergency Programme Board and our Strategic Housing Forum membership. We have Scottish Land and Estates who come along to represent some of those larger estates. Many of the private landlords are individuals with potentially 1 or 2 properties, and the investment required to bring their properties up to standard is quite significant. So we're really keen to try and put this support in place to assist them and to stop them leaving the sector altogether.
Okay, Paula? Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just one of them here is for grant funding for essential repairs. How far along are you bringing that forward to elected members? Thank you.
Apologies, I didn't catch the question.
Sorry, my ear's away and it's affecting everything. One of the issues that they've raised is grant funding for essential repairs. Now, if you're a private landlord, I'm not a private landlord at all, and you end up with a bill, if you're trying to keep the rents at a reasonable rate, then that grant funding will be essential for them. So how far along are you bringing that forward to elected members for us to sign it off? Thank you.
In terms of essential repairs, we're really looking at bringing that forward today. This is what we're trying to support. If properties are either identified as being below tolerable standard or below the repairing standard, we're keen to try and support those landlords, and that will be one of the eligibilities we're looking at. If members agree this today, then we'll be able to put that out into into the private rental sector straight away. We do intend to, we already have a caseload through my private landlord registration team of potential properties that will be seeking funding. So it's immediately available once members have made their decision today.
You, Paula. I'm not seeing any further. Sean, you got another question? Yeah.
Really just a quick one on how the EHO post is going. I think hopefully from memory it's going well, but just really an update.
Yeah, the EHO Empty Homes Officer post was filled on the 8th of December last year, so got their feet well under the table now, really tackling a good caseload. I've been working really closely with council tax colleagues to try and understand the range of different empty properties that are around the region. We're getting significant support from the Scottish Empty Homes Partnership and the Scottish Government around trying to support the delivery of the empty homes work. Initially taking a focus of taking effectively bite-sized chunks. We've reported to members through the Empty Homes Plan that was agreed at committee earlier this year that we recognise there's around about 1,400 to 1,500 empty homes, so too much to tackle in one go. So what we've done is selected a number of properties and targeted them for advice and support. And the Empty Homes Office is currently working through the inquiries that have come back seeking support. Some people are looking for grant assistance, some people are looking for guidance, but yeah, they're up and running, they're doing a good job, and we're liaising with the Scottish Empty Homes Partnership on a regular basis. You will recall that we've set a target of 30 empty homes to be brought back into use each financial year, and we feel that we're well on target to try and achieve that within 26-27.
Okay, Sean. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to move to the recommendations. So are we happy to agree 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, note 6 and then agree 7? Are we happy? Yeah. Jamie, thanks very much. I'm told lunch is here. I'm in your hands, folks. Do you want to take lunch now? There's 3 items. A couple of them, 3 items left. A couple of them, in fact, all 3 could maybe have some discussion around them. So I'm going to suggest we take lunch now and maybe come back in about half an hour. You comfy with that? Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, Sarah Jane. We'll see you back here at, what, about 20 to 1? All right with that? Clear? Yeah. Okay, 20 to 1. Thanks very much. Thank you, Abby. Welcome back, everyone. Excuse me, we're in session. Thank you. In the back row. Yep. So we'll move on to item number 11 in the agenda. That's the additional support needs a transport update. Report by Assistant Director Transport and Infrastructure. The report is to provide elected members with an update on the ongoing work to ensure appropriate oversight, control measures and procurement of the additional support needs transportation service are in place, as well as ensuring revenue budget costs are reduced, controlled and are best value. Again, Karen, we've got Sarah Jane and
Daniela.
Right,
Robinson.
thank you. Okay, meeting new officers every day. Well, I've seen it before, but first time name. Okay, so thanks. There to answer questions. Karen, is there any, or Sarah Jane, is there anything you need to add to this, or are we just going straight to questions?
Thank you, Chair. Just going straight to questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I'm opening the floor up to questions. Councillor Dempster, Jim.
Thanks, Chair. Good report. I've only one question on 4.7, page 229, and it's about how we're trying to ensure that all drivers will have the necessary PVG licensing to be able to transport children. Do we do random checks to ensure that, because there's always a risk that occasionally, when the normal drivers aren't available, an additional driver will be brought in. And I know you just can't manage everything. I just wonder if there'd be any checks to see whether or no there is compliance throughout the year, because obviously at the start of the year, you will get the information you look for. It's about spare drivers and short notice absence due to illness or whatever, and who transports the children in their place. And it's only a question of are we doing random checks?
Sarah Jane, can you answer that? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. At the moment, we operate a policy of making yearly checks on all operators to make sure that all drivers registered with them have the appropriate paperwork. So it's not quite a case of random checks, but that it is done regularly to make sure that all drivers on their books.
Thank you.
So Sarah Jane, so that's our own drivers, we're applicable, or just contractors?
Suppliers as well, both.
Yeah, that's the whole lot. Yeah, thanks. Sean?
Thank you, Chair. Really kind of welcome the report. It's an update report. It's something that we asked to be brought back. It's just, I'm encouraged by the multiple bullet points in 3.5 and the work we're doing towards trying to reduce the budget and the budget overspend. I'm just wondering, you know, this, and it's maybe too early, but I would really like just a very loose figure on, at this point, potential savings to bring the budget back into line, if there's a figure or some indication of what some of these initiatives would be able to contribute towards reducing the overall costs.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Marshall. It's too early to give an indicative figure at this current time, and we'll certainly, you know, as we report back to members, as the, you know, the project progresses, we'll certainly be able, or be in a better position to provide indicative cost efficiencies in and around ASN. Chair, through yourself, I'll maybe pass over to Daniela just to give maybe a couple of examples of you know, what we are trialling at this current time, and I guess that, you know, the savings linked to those, if that would be okay, Daniela. Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of the savings that we've made so far is we brought a school run in-house, Kirkcudbright, going into Castle Douglas Primary. Previous operator provided that £300 per day, and the cost is now around £82 a day. Another one is promoting local bus services and helping parents to transport their kids in via the services. A recent one was a tender went out and we got a cost of £120 per day, where we worked with an operator to bring a term time pass only in. The cost for that parent to transport a child in is £646 per week. Sorry, not per week, per school year.
Okay, okay, Sean? Yeah, thanks. Councillor Dorward, Linda?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for the report. And you know, it's a really tough ask, isn't it, to try and not just save money, but make it economical, but make it right for the people that use it as well. And 3.5, as my colleague Councillor Marshall has said is great in terms of what you're doing internally. But just looking at the costs, are you doing any lessons learned from other councils or doing any work with other councils to try and share information or look at best practice? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Darwood. Yes, we are, absolutely. There's been meetings with other local authorities, other groups, via forums like APSI, etc., to understand the different systems that operate around the region. I would say that we're not alone in facing cost pressures in this, but we've been able to get some learning as to initiatives that have been tried and efficiencies that can be made through speaking with other authorities.
Anyone else? Doesn't look like it. Okay, in that case then I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to note 1 and 2? Yep. Thanks very much, folks. That's it. Yep. We'll move on to item number 12, the Local Flood Risk Management Plan. Interim report, cycle 2. Report by Assistant Director, Transport and Infrastructure. The purpose of this report is to provide elected members with an update on the progress on the interim report of the Solway Local Flood Risk Management Cycle 2. Karen Brownlee is available to take any questions on the report along with other officers as may be required. Karen, have you anything to add at this stage?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
In that case then we'll go straight to questions for officers. Councillor Dempster.
There's an agenda item 12, Chairman. Yes. The Solway Local Flood Risk Management Plan. On page 272, there are 2 red alerts. One states that for Kirkconnell there are no large-scale works proposed, but the second one, flood schema work design, flood study did not identify viable flood protection option. The Council of Work and Property Owners and Social Landlords and Property Flood Resilience. That's a fairly regular occurrence, flooding in St Connell Square area, Kirkconnell, where there are social houses, and on a number of occasions they have been flooded. So I'd be hopeful that a scheme will be developed that will ensure that these properties no longer flood. Usually we can find some means of protecting properties, and they may be quite limited in number, but nevertheless a huge impact to the residents that live in that area. I was born and brought up there, and I've waded through the flood water in that particular street, St Connell Square, so it has been ongoing for the 1960s at least, flooding on a periodic basis in that particular area. So the interest to see if there's any plans to progress with prevention schemes. Thank you.
Brian, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor, for your question. Yeah, your last main significant flood in Kirkconnell was in 2013, and then after that date we did your study there, and that showed that there was no major scheme would give you the benefit cost ratio for putting that in place. At that point, we engaged with Warburton Housing at that time, which obviously they've changed, to put in measures to protect the properties at St Connell Square. As you'll know, there's a number of floodgates and different things. So at this stage, we've got no planned significant flood protection scheme, but no, it's something that will get monitored. But at this stage, no. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for that, Chair. It's Wheatley Group that own these assets, and I know that there were these fancy blocks put in for the air vents to close and flooding. I'm just disappointed that you can't find a solution, but I'll leave it at that at the moment.
Okay, work in progress, Jim.
Just
talking quite a lot, I think. Just following the spirit of Councillor Dempster, I'll just raise the red one that sits within my ward. It's the one at 254, the sewer risk, flood risk assessment at Annan. I think the issue is, it says that there's challenges due to the data sharing. Is there a solution? Has there a solution been found to that? Or are you working towards a solution to kind of resolve that issue that's delaying it?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor. Yes, we're heavily involved with Scottish Water sharing data and looking at this. All the actions in this plan just doesn't fall on us, you know, it falls on others, i.e. sewer funding as we know is a Scottish Water funding issue, but you know, my team constantly, you know, have communications with the Scottish Water about sharing data. So you know, it's certainly something, and as you'll know, Scottish Water done a massive project in Muirton Park, which solved the surface water flooding there. So yeah, it's something that obviously there's ongoing meetings. Yes, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay, Sean. Councillor Dashper.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 242. There's a map there of the potentially vulnerable areas, and there's 32 in total across our local authority area. If you look at the map, you can see, and you know, I'm sure flooding happens in many places in Dumfries and Galway, but a particular area of concern in my own ward, and this is something that the council has recognised, is in the South Rins in Dromore along the A716. I noticed that this isn't recognised as a flooding vulnerable area at present. The council is working on a diversionary project for the road. There's also been floodgates installed by the council. So can you just speak to the methodology around how these areas are designated, and was the A716 and Dromore taking into consideration when that decision was made? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, and thank you, Councillor. Yes, it's SEPA that obviously designate these areas. Cycle 1 was done through, and Cycle 2 was done with a sort of, you know, a number of criteria, and one of them is the number of properties that actually flood. So in this particular area, there's no properties currently flood there. It's the road, you know, itself, and that's the damage there is from wave overtopping and damage from that. So it's obviously SEPA look at that and they designate areas. But as you'll see from this plan, that most of the areas is where you've got a high population of properties flooding. So that's a simple answer, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Councillor Slater and then Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you, Chair. It's regarding White Sands, Dumfries, regarding the flooding there in the last few months. The sands has been flooded several times, but not by the river. It's been obviously water coming off the high street. But the thing is, this is a continual situation with it's round about McGregor's Corner, up near the top of the sands, where the snooker club is, and Nith Place, and where water comes off there. Many days people, as they come down on past the Lordburn Centre to turn left, there's a massive pool of water there which tends to spray the people walking past, and then the cars come up, try and drive out of the far away, the lane going up the way, which is quite dangerous. But that's a continual problem, yet there's a massive big grate in there for the water to pour down. So why does it continually do that in those places? You know, just those three places it really gets badly flooded. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, yeah, I know the three areas that you speak of, Councillor. Obviously, as part of the flood protection scheme, drainage will get looked at, and hopefully these areas will be improved. But obviously, drainage systems are only designed for, you know, certain rainfall. event, and if rainfall, exceeds that, some areas can't cope, but that's part of the White Sands design.
Just to say though, it's regarding the High Street, the drains are blocked there. You can quite clearly see they're blocked. So I think if they were cleaned, possibly, maybe that would reduce the flooding in these areas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, yes, Councillor. I appreciate that we're moving on to roads drainage, which this report is about. Flooding projects, and that's our remit for the White Sands scheme, which doesn't go into the High Street, but I'm sure I'll pass your comments on to my roads colleagues that can look at your drains in the High Street.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
I think Karen wants to come in as well in that.
Thank you, Chair, and I guess just to add to what Brian said there, happy to pass that on to roads colleagues in relation to those specifics, but just for members' assurance, we've now got our new gully emptying machines that you will have seen in the member update, and we're looking at a cyclical programme now to resolve outstanding issues. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And just remind councillors as well, we've got a responsibility to report, rather than say it in committee. Out with committee with responsibility to report, because they can't fix what they don't know about. I'm not having a go at you, David, I'm generalising it. So thanks very much. Is that your question answered? Yeah. Thank you. Councillor McFarlane, Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm looking at pages 257 to 259, where it's talking about Carsfern. And over the years, there's been a number of complaints in relation to the flooding up there, and I keep getting asked about what are we going to do about it. Now, I see that the very last part of that says Carsfern is unlikely to be funded as a prioritised scheme during cycle 2, and design works have yet to start, so agreement for temporary scheme has been extended. What does that mean? What can the residents of Carsfern anticipate is likely to be done? And I ask this in the context of this is a small rural community on the outskirts of the region who are subjected to heavy vehicles going through with timber loads. They're subject to wind farm extractions, or all the sort of works that go with that. So they get a lot of inconvenience, a lot of hassle. And it looks here as though we're perhaps missing an opportunity to give them something back. So I wonder if somebody could explain to me what that last paragraph means and what it will mean for that community. Thanks.
Brian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor. Yes, Carsfern itself, after the previous 2 significant floods there, as a council, we put in temporary barriers to give Carsfern protection from river flooding. So these barriers are checked on a regular basis, just to make sure that they're fit for purpose. We put forward Carsfern as a cycle 2 scheme, which is from 22 to 28, but obviously Scottish Government haven't committed funding to cycle 2 as yet. But certainly when there is funding there, we would look at, as a team, to look at designing your scheme there if there's funding there. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah, thanks for that. Is there any sort of possible timescale as to when that might be likely?
Yeah, I'll come back in there, Chair. Yeah, it's obviously cycle 2 funding is not been progressed yet, so it's if Carsfern sits as one of the top priority schemes for funding, but it's not to say as a local authority we can't start some of that process, but I wouldn't like to give you a time frame here and then obviously fail in that time frame. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that response. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Thanks, Andy. Councillor Dorward, Linda.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report, Brian. Yeah, your map on page 242, don't envy your job at all there. Keeping on the theme of parochialism, on page 274, which I think this report lends itself to being parochial, so hopefully you'll let us off. And it's just a very small, very easy question, I think. It's about Curtin. Village, it's a green, which is great, but it's got data collection and it's got ongoing. I'm just wondering what the timescales for that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the data on ongoing is what we do throughout this region. Take any records of flooding, and where we can provide guidance for the property owners, knowing Curtin well, it is at risk. But that particular item is a sort of general item for the whole region. After somewhere floods, my team goes out and tries to take records, like where's it flooded, and can we give guidance. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, Linda. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions coming forward, so I'm going to move to recommendations. So, are we happy to note 2.1 and agree 2.2? Okay, thanks very much. We'll move on to the last item, item 13, the paper here. Thanks. Bridges and Structures Review, report by Assistant Director, Transport and Infrastructure. The report provides elected members with an update on the review which is being undertaken in relation to the management of bridges and structures across the Council. Karen Brownlee is available to take any questions on the report, along with Duncan's here as well. His expert input. Karen, have you anything you'd like to add to this?
Thank you, Chair. I have got a couple of updates ahead of this report. So, members, first of all, I want to apologise. The annual status and progress report, so the ASOR that's attached to the report is in Appendix 3 is actually the 2024 ASOR. So, instead, I should have attached, obviously, the 2025 ASOR, which was agreed at this committee in November last year. So, apologies for that error. That was sent around to all members of this committee this morning, so hopefully you have had an opportunity to review that. Just wanted to confirm that there are some changes and some differences between the 2024 ASOR and the 2025, and members might have picked up on those. And I think just very briefly, within the 2025 ASOR, there's a section within inspections, which are looking at the 2-year general and the 6-yearly principal inspections. Now, within that table, it is shown that the 24-25 inspections were sitting approximately 73% for both. There's other elements also detailed within the ASOR 2025, and that includes the bridge alert status, prioritisation, asset values, capital and revenue funding and maintenance, none of which were in the 2024 ASOR. Chair, if I may, the second update that I just wanted to provide members ahead of questions is I just wanted to confirm to all members of this committee that I'm aware that you have received correspondence from a member of the public between the end of or middle of December and most recently on Friday. Just in terms of bridges and structures across Dumfries and Galloway, I just wanted to confirm that that correspondence will be shared and provided to the external consultants that we're in the process of recruiting to progress the review as detailed within the scope which is within the report. Overall, this report's to provide members with the assurance that we're aware of the historical issues impacting the service. These have been reported through previous committees and they've also been discussed at length internally through various meetings, including SLT, to support Duncan and the team to progress in improvements. So just wanted to give those couple of updates, Chair, just ahead of questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Karen, and thanks for the updates. I'm getting ready to move to questions. Councillor Dempster, Jim?
Only one, Chair. My term in office, I've reported 2 bridges one a fairly local one and one a regional one where defects have been reported. And I'm really just looking for a reassurance that all bridges will be inspected because they've all got value to the local or wider community. And if Duncan or Karen wants, I can notify you again the two bridges I've reported in the past, because I don't think anything's happened since then, but they were brought to my attention by members of the public, and an inspection again would be welcomed. Thank you.
Yeah, are you taking it offline, Duncan, or what? Are you going to take it offline with Duncan, or you want an answer just now? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
And then beyond that, I'm happy to notify Duncan and Karen about the two bridges I've reported in the past,
Yeah,
just to make sure they're aware of them. But as long as every bridge is being inspected, Chairman, then it'll fall in line with that. Thank
I'm
you.
seeing Duncan nodding, so Duncan, do you want to come in? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, thank you for your question, Councillor. Yeah, all bridges will be inspected as part of the inspection regime, the 2 yearly, 6 yearly. The report emphasises the difficulties we've had in terms of resourcing that, but that nevertheless, regardless of what the bridge is, it will be inspected, yes. But happy to take any advice you've got of any local issues. We always welcome that, so we can follow up on those sort of things.
Really helpful, Duncan. Thank you, and thanks, Chairman.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson. Paula?
Right, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just to raise, you know, it's not just the bridges that's within this report, it's also all the other stuff, and it's highlighted just how big the range is for the team. And one of them is actually on retaining walls, so there's quite a considerable amount in Dumfries. And as many Dumfries councillors will know, we've had a road that's been shut off now for a year. And that's due to issues with the retaining wall that's owned by a private owner. But how quickly are we to actually deal with these? Because, like I say, that's a year down the line now, and I don't know what it must be like for the residents living under that, because I think they're very much well aware that if that wall fails, it's right into their property. And waiting a year is an awful long time for things like that to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For yourself, thank you for your question. If you were explaining the situation there in terms of being a private wall, then the council would not necessarily be obliged to repair that wall. Retaining walls, we get advice from legal, and keep reminding us that we have to be careful in retaining walls, because they can, from a lot of the occasions, be the property of the landowner, and that's in remote situations as well, where there's field boundaries like dikes, which might have a slight retention of the road, small height. So yeah, we do. If it was a council asset, certainly we'd be looking into it and get it repaired as quickly as possible. You know, an incident like that, would automatically be covered under our sort of, if it was Nithsdale area fund, and if that wasn't sufficient, if it was up a scale, then it would be requested to be put onto the capital programme to get it identified and get action on it.
Okay, Paula. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so I've got Councillor Dorward, Johnson and Wilson. And then Sean after that. Okay. Linda?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the report. It's very detailed and makes interesting reading. I'll let colleagues talk to the main point of the report, but my concerns is, and it says it in here, the depletion of the engineering design services team, who are key to reviewing bridges and structures. At 4.22 on page 304, it says, I'll let you find that page first. It says the team dropped from 15 to 10 through ERVS, I think that's early retirement and voluntary severance, and deletion of posts, which I find astonishing. I'm wondering who thought that was a good idea, to delete posts from an essential team. I would like to know why we thought that was a good idea and why we are deleting posts, because it's in the report. We're clearly stating that the team is too small, and now it's sitting at 10, I think, 4 of whom are agency staff. So we've got 6 substantive employees in a team of 15, that was 15, or depending on what bit, 4.2.1, we had 18 team members, so I'm not quite sure where we started from, 18 or 15? Yeah?
Okay, Chair. Sorry, that the 18 is the overall team of engineering design, which has a another division to it which looks
Okay.
after other assets, infrastructure projects. The figures you were meant to quote in there were specific to the engineering bridges team.
15.
Yeah.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you for that. That's really useful. Also, what's been said in the report at 3.5, page 302, is we will meet our statutory duties in terms of the general and principal programme during 2026-2027. But my question there, I've got a number of different questions. What happens if we have another Kirkcudbright Bridge? Because we don't know what's coming up. There are going to be surprises here, despite the fact we don't want surprises. And saying that we don't want to be in a position to have any surprises at the last meeting, there are surprises here. So I don't, you know, what happens then? The team's then looking at that, and we're saying that we will be up to date, but, you know, I'm not entirely convinced of that. I hope there isn't another Kirkcudbright Bridge, sincerely. So moving on from that, so I've got serious concerns about the size of the team, the fact we've got agency staff who could probably go at any time, what we're doing about workforce planning, what we're doing about succession planning, what we're doing about moving forward and putting people back into this depleted team. I don't know why we thought that was a good idea, whoever we are, but it seems to be madness, given where we are and given the fact we've got 1,500 bridges in the region. And what we're saying now to solutionise that and to do the overall review is we're going to have a consultant, and we're going to employ 4.1.6303. We need a consultant to do a review, and at 4.5.1307, a team of consultants. So it goes up from one to a team of consultants through the report to do a detailed review of bridges and structures for us. Again, you know, and it's maybe not a question for and that isn't anything to do with, I must say, Duncan, you're your team. that's a higher up issue in terms of workforce planning, in terms of restructuring. That isn't you. So don't feel that we're getting at you and your team, or I'm getting at you. I'm not. You know, I'm talking about a bigger picture here. This has been a long time happening, I would imagine. It hasn't happened yesterday. It's been a long time in train. So why has it not been addressed before? And as part of the restructuring process, I don't know why it's not been addressed a year ago or before that. We've got a team that's been hollowed out by over 50%, and I think there's something very, very wrong here. So my question would be, what are we doing to rebuild that team, put the requisite technical expertise in place? And I would ask, and I'm not a technician, I'm not an expert in engineering, how many civil engineers or engineers do we have in the team? How many did we have 4 years ago? I don't maybe give that information out later. And how do we have what is the plan to replace the staff that we've lost through either ERVS or depletion, whatever that means? What is the plan to replace them as soon as is practical, please, rather than using consultants, which we said we wouldn't do as part of the restructuring process? Thank you.
Gavin, do you want to come in? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll maybe start and pick up some of the elements that you've raised there, Councillor Dorwood, and then I'll pass over to Duncan to provide you with some further detail. So yes, apologies in terms of ERVS acronym, Early Retirement Voluntary Severance. Members will be aware that, you know, several years ago now, so this has been, you know, a historical issue, but several years ago now when it was agreed that members of the teams could leave under ERVS. That meant that the budget had to be taken as a budget savings. And I'm putting that simplistically. As I say, that's how I've got it categorised in my head. So that has been an issue. I can't confirm why that was agreed at that time. However, what I would say going forward for transport and infrastructure, we are in the process of developing our people plan for the whole of the service, which obviously includes engineering and design, and that is looking at you know, the workforce. It's looking at succession planning, everything that you highlighted there. You know, it's looking at opportunities for existing staff through development. What we do find within particularly some of the technical services and specifically, although not only the engineering services, is very difficult to recruit qualified team members to some of those posts, and hence the reason we go to a dedicated agency to bring agency staff in to support that. And we've got some really good members of agency staff supporting the work that the team do. In terms of you know, what happens if we have another Kirkcudbright Bridge, so as I said earlier, you know, that's a year on. We've learnt you know, a lot from that. What I would say to members is you know, our 1,500 structures across the region, whether it be culverts or bridges, are ageing, and we're aware that investment will be required, as has been previously detailed in the ASOR report. You know, and I think going forward, initially a year ago, when Kirkcudbright Bridge happened, internally we were dealing with that, we were working that through, and it wasn't until later on that you know, we discovered that it was having an impact on our ongoing maintenance and inspection regime, and that, you know, that's when Duncan highlighted that through to ourselves. What do we do about that going forward? We've got a specific revenue budget, we've got a specific capital budget that the team need to work within. Now, certainly within the structures public realm budget, the baseline there is 700,000, as members will have seen, but through the Roads and Investment Improvement Fund, that has been increased for a 4-year period up to 1.2 million. And last year, due to Kirkcudbright Bridge, that was increased again within that overarching public realm budget. So we are looking at, I guess, next steps. There are, and Duncan will confirm this, but there's certainly one vacancy that we're looking to recruit to. Ideally, in-house, we'll bring someone into the team rather than an agency. However, the work requires to progress, and therefore, if we are struggling to recruit through various avenues, then we will look to bring in agency members of staff to support that team. I'll maybe pause there if that's okay, Chair, and hand over to Duncan just to talk through, I guess, the technical aspects of the points that Councillor Dorwood raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. To yourself, Chair. Thank you for your comments and your questions, Councillor Dorwood. There's a few things in there, and I've jotted down a few notes. So, in terms of, I know you were interested in numbers. So, in terms of within my team, we have 3 chartered civil engineers, so professionally qualified. That includes myself. We also have beyond that, we have 2 bridge inspectors who have the national bridge inspecting competency scheme qualification, which is quite rare actually. It's something that probably will be rolled out nationally, and the moves are afoot, I think, to see that happen. We've got 2 currently in our ranks, which is really good to have, because they, along with the senior engineers, can carry out the principal inspections, which is done every 6 years, and that effectively is a hands-on inspection. You have to be up close and personal to the bridge to see it, and you're not doing it from a distance, which is what the general one's like. As it sounds general, you're just having a general look. So that was it. And then beyond that, we have graduate engineers, senior technicians and technicians, and a senior clerk of works who's obviously got a pivotal role as well. So that was the first point. In terms of where we are, so we carried out an internal review of our service about this time last year or so, around about that time, and we picked up on the points that are flagged in the report. So, you know, we recognised that those were the areas of concern, and we also, as part of that internal review, there were a number of actions which we have been actively working on, and they're also documented in the report about getting additional staff to do the inspections. Inspections are key. They drive the whole process, because and this is a bridge management function we're talking about here, as opposed to the capital side. It's very much revenue driven, which is another important factor, I think. So we need those inspections. So we've been working on that to get them back on track, targeting where the bridges have been not inspected for a long time, and that's some of the more rural areas, you know, so getting onto them, but also not making sure that all our key sort of tier 1, tier 2 major bridges are looked at as well as part of that. So they're kind of targeted approach to that. getting back on track was really in terms of those inspections. It wasn't the big picture in terms of being back into a fully compliant picture across everything. So it was really the inspections getting us back on track sometime this coming financial year, hopefully by the end of the calendar year perhaps. We've obviously lost a few staff, and yeah, and it certainly hurt the team. I think I would have to say, you know, because we've lost 3. When I was at my last job within the team, I was a principal engineer, so that there was 4 of us, and there's now 1. So there's three lost, gone, and really, it's at that level, it's at that more kind of higher senior level that we need to replenish things. The consultancies, the agency staff we've talked about, that we have agency staff in our team as well, and we also have secondees from another professional body, another professional company who are an engineering outfit. So they've in the past provided us with really quality personnel, and they're playing a key role in where we are now in terms of our action plan going forward. So they're actually, if you like, filling some of those gaps that we've got. Longer term, the ideal position would be to have a team that's vastly made up of our own people. I still think there'll be a need for external input, specialisms, you know, to bring into the team. And because the team and Bridges team also, my staff also cover other parts of the council's asset management in terms of harbours, coastal, flood schemes. That small core pool of people are delivering across a lot more. They've got plenty to be doing in their own side of it. So what I'm looking at really now, and I've been discussing with Karen about this, about, you know, restructuring the team so that there's a bridge management focus, asset management focus, and make sure that that is catered for. Fundamentally, that's the thing that we need to be looking at. One of the vacancies we have that Karen mentioned, we'll look to make that a bridges manager, so that their job will be looking after that bridges management function for the council, and that will include inspections, assessments, all that type of work, and not be sidetracked into capital works or any other works for other services. If we can grow the team even more, if that's the desire, then still fulfil that commitment to go wider than our own backyard in terms of what we've got to do for ourselves. I don't know if there was anything else. If that's enough there, just to kind of, yep. Okay, thank you.
Karen wanted to come back in first, then I'll let you back in, Linda. Yep.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies, Councillor Dorwood, because you commented in terms of why are we bringing in a consultant to do the review. So from my perspective, you know, Duncan and myself and the team, you know, have been you know, talking about, I guess, where we're at from in a bridges and structures perspective, and that's presented to you today. We've also been talking about next steps, and you know, Duncan mentioned the internal review that the team have done, and you know, the improvements that they're making to get back on track there. So from an engineering technical perspective, you know, I've been given that assurance that we're moving towards getting back on track and then becoming compliant. However, I did feel that it would be very beneficial and helpful for myself, for other senior managers and for elected members to get that additional assurance that, you know, where we're at this current time, you know, what steps we need to make in order to build and develop that team, and to you know, to work towards and be compliant as per the statutory requirement, and also if there is any areas of gaps and improvements, then we would bring those in place. So that's the need for bringing in an external consultant on a short period to have a look over you know, the detail and the work that Duncan and his team do in order to I guess confirm the position that we believe that we're in. Thank you.
Linda, do you want to come back?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Just to add to that as well, that the Scots body, that's in terms of the local authorities across Scotland, this is obviously chiming with them as well at the moment, and moving forward, in the last few days we've got a notification that they are going to start doing an annual survey, which will be like a national data set around a lot of the topics that we're talking about, around a lot of the kind of metrics that maybe are not currently being put into the system and coming out, so that it'll be beneficial for the council to have that done on our behalf, and that will be shared nationally. That's their aim. Their aim is to have a national data set going forward. There are other surveys, like the RAC do an annual one, and they take information from ourselves and from Stuart Caven's team on the roads. The Bridges is fed into that, and they do a kind of assessment of the position each year. But I think going forward that's stopping. So now I think Scots are realising that they're going to step up and do this, and they will have the connection into Scottish Government as well. So it'll be a national picture, which will be, I think, be helpful.
Okay, thanks. Linda, do you want to come back? Yeah.
If that's okay, Chair, thank you so much. Thank you for that, and I appreciate the openness and transparency in the report. I just think, you know, it's absolutely vital that we grow this team. I'm not stating the obvious, I know that, but I know the difficulties in getting, you know, sort of people with degrees to come and work in Dumfries and Galloway, and we need people on the ground here. It's not working from home, it's working in and travelling out from. And that's the challenge sometimes. But we are doing something about that as a council. You can come down here and work. It's a great place to be. It is a great place to be, everybody, if you're watching this. But it's absolutely vital to grow this team and absolutely vital to protect this team. I think what Duncan said is use them for the purpose they need to be used for, the priority. But I would feel more comfortable on this committee if we had updates on that in terms of how that you know, how we're doing there. Because I think we're fully supportive, certainly, of supporting Duncan and his team and senior leaderships as well, to try and get people in to do this very vital job. And it would be really useful to see what the cost of consultancy or consultancies are going to be going forward, because again, what we're trying to do, I understand why we need to use consultancy for a short period, but what we're trying to do as a one council approach is negate that completely. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, okay, my view on that, Linda, is that there's a fine balance here, isn't there, between how much it costs for consultants and how much it would be to try and attract somebody to come on a permanent basis to Dumfries and Galloway. And that's the sum that needs to be worked on, and I think that's what they're taking forward. So, and that, my understanding is that the way they're doing it just now is getting the work done, because we can't just magic up engineers, we know that. So I think your points have been well made. So I'm going to move on now to Malcolm Johnson, Caroline Wilson, Sean Marshall, and then David Slater.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, if there's one positive thing coming out of this, I very much appreciate your answers to Councillor Dover's questions there, because there were a lot of the issues I was, you know, concerned about myself, and I've been, you know, making, you know, the comments before, you know, and what has concerned me is whether, you know, Kirkcudbright Bridge is a canary in the coal mine rather than a one-off thing. And I'm really pleased that we're recognising the importance of taking this forward. And as Andy was saying, Councillor Ferguson was saying, bringing in consultants to have and I'm never really a fan of bringing in consultants, I have to be said, but we need to catch this up. We need to become compliant. And again, going back to the report that was just been issued this morning, the update, and it's encouraging to see that we're recognising the critical nature of these structures, because it's vital for our transport, our connectivity and our local economy that these structures are looked after. And again, if you've got diagram 43, and it's basically implies that we've our bridge conditions were actually quite good, but if we've not been doing the surveys, I've got to say I wouldn't be confident in the figures, but we are where we are. We're recognising that we need to do something, and it's encouraging to hear, and I would very much appreciate regular report coming back to keep us up to speed with what is going on with this. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Karen, when's the next report due back on bridges?
We haven't put anything on the forward plan yet, but more than happy to bring regular reports back to members, just to kind of keep you up to date on the positions. So,
I mean, I'm all for bringing back regular reports, but it's the very people who'd be inspecting the bridges who are going to have to write the reports, right? So let's not have it every 2 months or something like that. Let's have it a sensible period. Malcolm.
Thanks, Andy. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't need to be a full-on report. You know, regular updates going forward, then followed up by, you know, reports to committee would be perfectly adequate.
I'm going to let the director come in because I think she's got a solution, hopefully.
Yeah, suggestion, thank you, Chair. So could I suggest that we perhaps do regular briefings to members and that will then be complemented by reports perhaps twice a year? I know certainly our next one for committee, we were looking at autumn because we'll have had the review completed by then. We'll know the extent of recommendations that are coming out of that, etc. So I don't think there'd be any benefit to bringing one in June, but more than happy we do briefings outside of committee so that members know where that review is up to.
Are you okay with that as an action point? Yeah? Fine, thanks very much. Let me see. Is that you finished, Malcolm? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Wilson, Caroline?
Thank you, Chair. Oops, sorry. On page 302 at 3.5, it says about the inspections, and it said the team have been progressing, but I'm just, how far behind are we with those? And then at 4.2 on page 303 and continued over into 304, it gives a whole range of works that the team are involved with. And I'm just wondering, like, is there enough capacity in that team for all these kind of projects? Because that does seem like rather a lot for such a small team. And then on page 306 at 4.4.5, and it references Cowden's Railway Bridge and other council bridges over the West Coast Main Line. And it says, due to technical expertise required for these roles, there is a need to procure consultants to progress these key pieces of work. So I'm just wondering when they were last assessed. And I do think we need to be fully aware of what the non-compliance is and what the risk and liability is. And I do have a concern that in April last year, the Assistant Director gave us assurance that there was adequate resources within the teams to progress the Kirkcudbright Bridge, and then gave further assurance that the November committee, which I feel is totally at odds with this report in front of us today, and I suppose we should be grateful to the member of the public for highlighting issues to us, because I'm not sure we would be aware of them if they hadn't. So, yeah, thank you.
Gordon.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Wilson, for your questions. I'll pick up on a couple of points and then I'll hand over to Duncan, particularly in relation to specifics with relation to the inspections and where we're currently sitting, Cowden's Railway Bridge and the risks and liabilities around that. So the first point from myself, is there enough capacity in the team? So the team, as Duncan's explained earlier, 18 members of the team, and it's not just bridges and structures they're responsible for, so there is a set team for that, but there's a bigger team that pick up other elements, such as some of the capital works, etc. So what we are doing as a team and across T&I is we're currently looking at what does Duncan and his team progress in terms of engineering works, engineering design, and is there ways that we can procure some of that work instead of going directly to Duncan? So that should free up some capacity, and an area that I'm referring to at the moment is a road that has in need of some engineering design works to stabilise it, and it's been like that for 2 or 3 years, but because of the capacity within Duncan's team, we haven't been able to progress that. So through roads we will be able to progress that. Now, throughout and peppered throughout this report, it highlights the issues in terms of capacity, in terms of, I guess, overarching works that the engineering team are responsible for. And as I say, we're trying to reduce that from other service perspectives, and we'll do that through individual sort of team plans, which will link into our own service plan. Initially, you highlighted, and I touched on it earlier as well, yes, last April, after the Kirkcudbright bridge closure, I did say at that point in time we did have enough resources at that point in time to progress with the work that we required for Kirkcudbright Bridge, and that was the case. The internal team was progressing that. You know, I had assurance through Duncan and his team that we would be able to work through that internally. However, as the year went on, we then worked through actually the consequences of that because that work continued. So there has been definitely lessons learnt off the back of Kirkcudbright Bridge, and we would potentially do things differently going forward should it ever happen. Touch wood, that doesn't ever happen again. I'll probably pause there, hand over to Duncan in terms of you know, specifics in terms of inspections, both the 2-yearly and 6-yearly, and also the Cowdens Railway Bridge specifics. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Through yourself, Chair. Councillor Wilson, thank you for your questions. Inspection position. So we have, as you know, the four areas within the region, and within each area, the bridges within that area are split up into 6 lists. Each year we tackle 3 lists in doing general inspections and principal inspections. So effectively, there are about 700 bridges being inspected on a sort of yearly basis. And then following that regime, it meets the 2-yearly, 6-yearly split. We are currently, we have about 200 bridges outstanding, if you like, to get us back on track. So become, like looking at it for 27-28, starting that year, we should only be considering anything that's in that year for inspection, not catching up previous year's inspections. That's where that lag is in terms of the number of bridges that were looked at. So whilst we were looking at that figure of 73% compliance within that year, we were probably tackling more bridges than we have done in the past, but we're catching up on the previous year's list and getting compliant, trying to get compliant within that year. So this financial year coming, during this year coming, we'll be back into a position where we're back on track in terms of that. That's where we'll be in terms of the inspections. That's why that was referenced in the report. The Cowdens Bridge, Railway Bridge, has been a concern for a number of years. It's been reported in capital programme. It's been reported to committee before. It's been in the capital programme for a number of years as well, and it continues to be in the capital programme for ongoing inspection work and not so much repairs, but making safe. Being on the West Coast Main Line gives us a challenge because access is controlled by Network Rail, not us. So it does take time to get in, and it's generally short-lived periods, overnight possessions. We've just inspected it at the weekend, the previous weekend. That was an inspection following up on an inspection that was done last year, where we went in and made safe some of the areas. The idea of getting the consultant on side is to do the assessment side of that work, the assessment to assess the bridge in terms of its condition. It's quite a kind of nuanced structure. And there's quite a number of kind of complexities to it. So I think that's why it's important that we get that expertise from a consultant to do that. And on the back of that work, they will give us their recommendations on how best to manage that bridge going forward. There'll no doubt be repairs recommended. We'll do that. But in terms of long-term strategy, that needs to be considered as well. In terms of what does the council do with that bridge? It's a big bridge in terms of its size, because the road above it, the council road above it, that was the old M74, cuts across at quite a skew, so it makes it a long tunnel. Arguably, if we were to realign the road and go across it at 90 degrees, you'd have a much smaller structure required. So there's options, in terms of what we do longer term with that, but that would be coming out in terms of advice, recommendations from the consultant. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So move on to Councillor Marshall. Sean.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the debate so far. I think it's been interesting, a very interesting report, this. I think, and I've went through it a few times. I think even reading the first kind of page in a bit, from 3.5 to about 3.7, it's clear that it's probably been a 10-year decline of the service in regards to resources and funding. And I think with the COVID pandemic, that just actually hit the service more. And then the perfect storm comes when a bridge like Kakubri, there's problems with that, and a lot of the resources are switched to that. We've known, I don't think members have been fully aware or reported to on how serious the situation is, because we're now facing non-compliance, lack of funding to address the bridges, and we need to kind of reverse that and go in the opposite direction and make sure that the public's safe again and we're compliant, and most importantly we have the adequate staff and resource to address this. I don't think it was fully reported in November how serious it was, and when you read some of the report now you realise how serious it has become. And I'll go to page 303 on 4.12. It says that in early 2025 the service considered the development of a standalone bridge policy, but however the council bridge and structure are all included in that, and I think a decision was taken by members, but I don't think we fully knew the situation. And we've always known it's been a challenge when we've had issues with bridges or structures, and you know there's 1,500 of them. So I think at that time, I don't know if that was an operational decision. I don't think members got a chance to ask for a council bridges and structures policy, but I do think we need going forward a robust bridges policy now, and I think that's something we have got a couple of suggestions of amendments that at the end of the debate will come in once everyone's spoken, but I think that's one of the things that's critical going forward. I think as well, if we look at on the same page as well, 4.14, an internal review of the bridge management was undertaken in 2025 by Engineering Design, and this included a risk review of the obligations of the council and its role as a road authority to provide a safe road network and key challenges facing engineering design. And positive steps have already been taken to ensure improvement and progress. And I take it that the review, the independent review, will also look at that report and take a lot of learning from that report, hopefully. The one thing I'm a little bit confused about is why it isn't included as an appendix to this report, or why have members not had access to that, or could members have access to that going forward? Because the information we're getting now in this report is some of the information I've not seen before, and there may be more information that we need to fully understand and grasp the situation of the bridges and structures across our region. So that's the third point. With regards to resources and finance, and I think Councillor Doverwood has actually summarised very well the situation at 4.2 and 4.3 and other parts in the report. But I still feel as well that the Directorate has allowed in a way for this to happen over a number of years, and at that same time I think kept members not fully informed of the seriousness of that. This is the situation we find ourselves in now, when we're non-compliant, we haven't got the funding to address it, and we haven't got the adequate staff and resourcing to do that. Because I think if members had been made aware of it at whatever juncture, at whatever time, we would have done the same as what we've done in the past. We've done it when there was an issue with regards to the planners. We put our full support behind the council and resolved that issue. When we didn't have enough social workers, we put an action plan in place. And I think what we're looking for here is an action plan in place, and that could be delivered through the bridges policy. So I think that's crucial going forward. We develop that. And that could be in conjunction with it doesn't have to stop the independent report, because that will add weight to building that structures policy, and also adequately resourcing both from a staffing perspective and also from a financial perspective, both capital and revenue going forward. Because clearly, when you look at, in page 305, it states we haven't even got enough money at the moment to just do the bare minimum. And, we need about if it says in the ASOR, we need about 2.2 million. We're only 2, and that's going to reduce next year. We'll have nothing. So we're back to 700,000. We've got to act now. We've got to actually address this and address this properly. So that's my my other point. And finally, it really is, I looked at the implications of risk, the financial and the legal, and it's clear that we're not compliant. It's clear that we need to address, they've identified that, but I don't think it goes far enough, and I think the bridge policy, working on that, the independent review, the information we've already get, should get us to a position in the not too distant future we can fully address the situation and make sure that we're confident, as much as we can be with bridges and structures, that they're safe for the public to use, and our railways are safe, and all those bridges are safe. So I think all members will support this. We will have to find funding. It's challenging times, but we have done in the past, and we will have to reprioritise that. But we do need evidence, and I think we're building that evidence. I think the independent review will do that. But having a standalone, with regards to roads, everyone can sit and talk to you about roads, etc. And so having bridges and structures, 1,500 of them in the ASOR report, probably wasn't the best practice. Maybe, in hindsight, if you had that decision again as officers, you maybe would have chosen to actually do a bridge policy and put that before members. I know it went in the SR, but I don't think if we'd had a recommendation, that's the way to go, we would have fully supported the officers. So that's all I've got to say at the moment. I'll allow us speaking, but we have got a couple of suggested amendments to the recommendations, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, that's fine, thanks. So I take it that was more a statement than a question there. So you've got your point of view across, and we'll come back to that, Sean, okay?
Yeah.
Councillor Slater.
Just the one, sorry, just with regards to the review, independent review, if that could be made available to members, or if, I don't know what...
That's the intention.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Can I just check? I heard independent review then. Did you mean the internal review that was undertaken last year? Yeah, okay. So happy to take a look at that and see whether that's something that can be shared with members, and we'll come back and confirm.
Okay, Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the information today, Duncan. It's been very, very helpful. And Sean as well, and Ms Dorworth. Yes, one question left was the fact that the suspension bridge is severely rusted at the joints, and I just wonder if there's going to be an update in that. Because obviously the longer it sits like that as well, the more it's going to cost to repair it or bring it back to a reasonable standard. Thank you.
Can you cover that, Duncan?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. For yourself. Thank you, Councillor Slater, for your question. So, last November, we undertook a piece of work there on the suspension bridge in the Fries with a 4-day closure from the 17th of November to the 21st. So we cleaned all the accessible areas with water. We then had mechanical preparation to defects, i.e. the parts that were with badly corroded, they were correct. So they were brushed mechanically to clean them off. There was a bit of preparative painting done as well, 2-coat painting applied to those areas, and other parts of the structure, mostly above deck level, were targeted as part of the exercise. And the underside wasn't because of the damp condition of that, and it would be futile putting the paint onto that. So the bridge sits in the current capital programme for works, where we're looking to do a full refurb on it, which would be totally encapsulated, shot blasted, repainted, repair, replace any members that require that. We're timing the works in Kidnisons and the White Sands project as well, because that project will come up close to, if not at touching distance to the bridge. So we want to make sure we do that work at the right time, so we don't conflict with those works, but equally we don't want to go early and then find that there's some dust or mess that comes from certain works affect the bridge, and some of our work would have been futile. So that's the plan. Thank you.
It's just that a number of people brought that up. You mentioned the bridge because you can actually see the rust from the roadside now. As you look along the bridge, you can actually see. But when you're quite right about the joints are starting to split in some places. So obviously, the longer it's left, the more the cost will rise. Thank you.
It's in hand, David. Yeah, thanks. think that's the bottom line. Karen, you want to come back in quickly?
Yes, apologies, Chair. And I just wanted to pick up on a comment that Councillor Marshall referred to, just in terms of a specific bridges and structures policy. So that will come out through the external review. And you know, that would be one of the recommendations that we would be asking for feedback on. A year or so ago, we did consider a specific bridges and structures policy at the time, as the bridges and structures has always been part of the roads asset management policy and plan, as was agreed in November last year. Now, through some discussions with Scots at the time, this time last year, and through some discussions with a couple of other local authorities, it was believed that you know, the best, I guess, benchmarking and the best approach was to continue with that approach, that it was part of one policy, because bridges and structures are clearly part of the roads network. So hence the reason that we continued in that vein, in terms of including bridges and structures as part of the roads asset management policy and plan. But going forward, I would certainly be looking for external consultants to feed into that further and provide us further advice, and then we would certainly feed back to members in relation to that and provide that update. Just wanted to summarise that aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, Sean.
I appreciate that, but notwithstanding that, and hopefully that will be an outcome, I still feel, for the information we have, the reports we have in front of us, the reports that we've gone previously, when you look at the ASOR, I do feel that, you know, part of our suggested couple of additional recommendations, if you allow me to, I could read them out now, but I would be going
I've others to come in, Sean.
Sorry?
There's others to come in, so can you email those recommendations?
They will be sent in a minute, so yeah.
Yeah, if you just send them just now, yeah. And we can allow the next speaker, because Caroline wants to come in, and I'm assuming you're wanting to second what Sean's saying.
Yes, please.
Right, okay, so we'll take that as read. And I've got Malcolm want to come back in.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was actually just to lend my support to Councillor Marshall and his approach. I think the magnitude of the problem we're potentially facing here definitely warrants a separate policy, and equally, all the bridges aren't on the road network either. Some of them are not in the road network. But the other point I was going to make is, again, we're sitting here asked to make decisions going forward. Councillor Marshall has requested sight of the internal review, and I detect once again we're looking at potentially filtering that out from members, and I would just like to make that point and remind people it's meant to be a one council approach.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and it'll be central to the policies and processes going forwards. It's obviously be daft not to do that. So obviously we'll do what we can at the time. The only wee word of warning I'm going to put in here, I've got personal knowledge of the Killiecrankie bypass, where they started the two roads, north and south, to meet the bridge in the middle, and the roads didn't meet the bridge. So you need to include the bridge with the roads, because you can't look at them in isolation. So there's a danger if you're going to suggest that we have a separate bridges policy. Now, I would suggest maybe there's room for a bridges review process as part of the bigger problem. We'll see it when it comes, yeah. But I'm kind of guessing what you've got here, and have a look. So we'll take forward. Caroline, you want to come back in, because you were going to second what Sean was saying, yeah?
Yeah, but I actually have someone else to add. Thank you.
All right, okay. Hi. Okay, Caroline, do you want to come back with something else? Yeah. No, well, we've already got that, because we're waiting for the stuff to come from Sean. Then I'm going to take a recess.
I want to read out the motion first, and then send all the details so members can see it. So I would like to, as normal practice, just read out the motion.
Well, in that case, then, Sean, you come second, because Caroline's got another issue to be discussed.
No, she's
follow on for Sean.
When she's got to second it.
Yeah, because once we've got a motion,
then you need a seconder.
Yeah, no, but then she can't bring a new subject in unless it's in the motion.
Let's bring the context to the motion. Yeah.
Right, but we're not going to follow out about it, right? Because at the end of the day, we'll get to the bottom of this and we'll get something sorted. All right? So, Caroline, in you come. Yeah. No. Yes, but we're not talking to the motion yet because Caroline had said she had something else to add. Right? Sorry?
Sorry, Chair, we don't actually know what's in the motion yet to be added to. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just not aware of what's in the wording of the motion yet for you to then add to it. So.
And what I want to do is read out, because it's quite brief, I want to read it out and then we'll send over the details so members can scrutinise it after we've proposed and seconded it. Okay, so, and first of all, I'll say that, the addition, so we've got 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3, and this is support of the Bridges team and Dumfries and Galloway Council, local members and public. So the first one is 2.4, that we note the need to improve oversight of the Council's bridges and structures, including overdue inspections, ageing assets and increasing maintenance risks to avoid non-compliance and ensure public safety. 2.5, agree that officers develop a bridge management policy based on national good practice containing annual reporting to members on inspection backlogs, structural assessments, scour status, substandard structures, staffing capacity and required maintenance funding. A risk-based programme prioritising high-risk structures such as large spans, structure over rail or water and those with hidden or critical elements. The third bullet point is a commitment to maintain the bridge management system as the single accurate source of asset information. Fourth bullet point is a review of staffing and specialist support needs to deliver statutory and technical requirements. And finally, the fifth one is a financial review of capital and revenue funding required to ensure public safety and compliance of our structures. So we will send that over, but Caroline's got a second, and she will add context to the reasons for the 2 additional recommendations that we're proposing.
Okay. On you go, Caroline.
Thank you. So I think we're all aware that in this report, the key issues that have been identified are inspection backlogs, age and estate, data gaps, staffing and specialist needs, and inadequate capital and revenue funding. So we're asking that a bridge management policy comes forward and it incorporates 5 elements. So the first one is an annual reporting to members, a concise yearly update on inspection status, assessment results, scour coverage, substandard structures, staffing capacity and the funding gap for steady state maintenance. A risk-based prioritisation, ensuring the high-risk structures are prioritised for inspection, assessment and intervention. 3, strengthen data integrity. 4, an assessment of resource needs. And 5, a financial review. And another reason that I do think we should have a bridge policy is, and I checked with governance that I can reference this, is I did get a copy of the Kirkcudbright Bridge reopening report, and it says in the mitigation, the risk is the level of effort required to manage issues at Kirkcudbright Bridge has been extreme at times and has stretched an already struggling bridges team to breaking point. And the mitigation says the council must acknowledge how vulnerable it is currently, and plans must be made to turn the bridge management issue into an organisational problem to solve with support from senior leaders, ensuring that realistic policies describing the council's position on bridge management are prepared. There are no bridge management policies currently. This ensures that elected members have no visibility of the levels of non-compliance and the level of exposure the council is currently sitting with. So I would hope that other members would support our additional recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, so that's been sent in. Thanks, Sean. Yep. We'll take a 15-minute break and come back 2:15. Okay? Thanks very much, everybody. just give us a couple of seconds. Do what can I know? If you just bear with me, I'm taking some governance advice here. Just a second, no, because my understanding is that there's a motion that's been put forward. The only thing that can come now is an amendment. Can officers come back in and speak to anything in the motion before an amendment is put forward, or any counter amendment? Or are we where we are in terms of the process? Where are we, Clerk? Just a second. I'm asking the governance.
Thank you. Certainly, officer can come back in and for points of clarity on the vote, just so everybody knows what they will be voting for.
Okay, so thanks very much. I was just making sure that that's able to be done. So points of clarity. So Lisa, do you want to come in? Because normally you would be responding to a member inquiry or question. But is there something you want to say before we go further? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come in on a couple of the points, just to ensure that I guess the officers have an opportunity just to clarify a couple of things. So within the report, it does outline that having a separate bridge management policy isn't in line with best practice. So I think it's important I emphasise that officers would be uncomfortable with that in terms of national best practice. What we would suggest is that we ask the independent review to confirm that that's the case, or whether there's a better way of doing it. Do you mind if I just go through each of them? So that's the first one. The second or the third bullet point, the reference is a risk-based programme prioritising high-risk structures. So just to confirm, there is a risk-based programme in place which feeds the capital programme prioritisation, and that the proposed review will consider whether there is improvement in how this is documented and reported. So just to clarify, we do have that in place currently. And finally, in terms of the bridge management system, it is our single source of information, and we're happy to continue with that moving forward. So I just wanted to clarify that as well.
Okay, is that everything? Yeah. Sean?
So, Chair, based on that feedback, what we'll be willing to do is just take out on when the officers develop a bridge management policy, take out based on national good practice, and then just containing the points.
Yeah, that's the bullet points, but we'd probably take out the risk-based programme. Sorry, we'd probably take out the risk-based programme because the officers, they've already got that, is my understanding. That's already in place.
I think what we're confirming with that is we would still continue with that.
I suppose we maybe change the wording a wee bit and some sort of commitment to.
Chair, sorry, Chair.
Duncan, could you want to come in? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd be happy with that we continue with that approach and formalise that, possibly, if that's the wording that you're comfortable with. And
so that commitment would be continue to maintain the bridge management system. All right. So you're happy with that?
Sorry, Chair, I was just going to say about the bridge policy, and Lisa's right that we've kind of followed national practice, best practice in that in terms of how we report through the roads asset management policy, roads asset management plan. I think inevitably as part of the review that's underway and that external review that's still to happen, there most likely will be documentation that comes out specific to structures and bridges and structures, whether that's called a policy or whether that's strategy or whatever, management guidelines for the council. There'll be something there. But I think what Lisa and Carnival have said is that we've been following the processes as per other local authorities. But there's maybe more that can come on structures as part of the overall review, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think we're actually probably going to reach a consensus here rather than end up in a divisive vote. And I think this is something we should be united on. So the motion as you've got forward, Sean, just 2 seconds, Caroline. 2.4 to note, we're all comfortable with that. And then 2.5, it would be agree that the current review will include, and then the bullet points below, except the risk-based programme, because that's already in place, and then continue to maintain bridge management system as a single accurate source, because again, that's what we've currently got.
And also the first line of that, of 2.5, that we take out based on national good practice.
Yeah,
we're happy with that, Chair.
Right, so I think this is where we are. We've got Sean and Caroline's motion. We've suggested that we, session, we put forward 2.4, we accept 2.4 in its entirety, yeah? And at 2.5, that the current we agrees that the current review will include, will delete the whole, that next sentence about national good practice, and we'll go to the bullet points, annual report to members and inspection backlogs. We'll take out the risk-based management, risk-based programme, because that's already in place. We'll continue to maintain the bridge management system as a single accurate source of information. Then review staffing and specialist support needs to deliver statutory and technical requirements, and a financial review of capital and revenue funding required to ensure public safety and compliance of our structures. Are we comfy with that? Because I think that's pretty much all you said. What, just a second. So what was the amendment, Sean? That's me suggesting an amendment, but what I'm asking you now is, would you be prepared to accept that amendment for it to go through? Because the only thing different in there would be let's continue to maintain a bridge and take out the risk-based programme, because it's already in place. The risk-based programme's in place, the officers are telling us that.
Because of the differences that you're saying to put it into the review.
Sorry, give me a second, Joel. Okay, give us 5 minutes and we'll get the wording right, okay? Because at the end of the day, this is too important to have a silly vote over, right? That's it. I think we've captured everything we're trying to say, Sean. And I think it gets across what you're getting to, and I think it's important we get to where you're trying to get to. Would you be happy just to incorporate that, or do you want to go to a vote?
Go to vote.
Okay, we'll move to the vote then. Sorry, Karen. We're actually past that stage now because we're... yeah, I was speaking to, I thought your lead, so... but do you want to come in with something, yeah?
Yeah, because we're taking on board that there is actually a policy in place, but I think the reason for a separate policy is so we've got oversight. And actually looking at Scots, that encourages councils to do it their own way. And what we've got just now isn't working. That's why we're here today with this paper in front of us. And what Councillor Marshall and myself are looking for and asking for is just an improvement so that we've got complete oversight and we're aware of the non-compliance and the risk. So, yeah, happy to go ahead to a vote. Thank you.
I think we're at impasse here because I'm saying, as the mover of the amendment, that I couldn't be happy with going against what's recognised best practice, best, whatever you want to call it. You obviously are, so I think we just move to the vote. I think is probably the best solution for this.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, can I ask, have you got a former seconder? Because if you have, it's not been confirmed in the meeting. And if you don't have a formal seconder, I'm happy to second.
No, Tony had seconded it.
Yeah,
Right, the members need to, can I just remind members to put their microphones on because that's not picked up on the recording in any which way. And can I just ask, Chair, I did have my hand up, have we had assurance that the amendment as shared that we're going to vote on is competent? Because from the discussions and from I'm picking up is I'm not actually sure whether the existing amendment is competent, which is why we've sought a counter amendment to that. But if the amendment is competent, then I have no issue with going to the vote. But I'm just looking for that reassurance. Thank you.
My understanding, the amendment is, I'll just get governance to, the original motion was competent, and the amendment is competent, but I'll just get governance to confirm that.
Yes, and I was just about to ask the proposer and seconder of the original motion. Obviously, there was discussion on the motion, if you were content with the version that you circulated at first, or whether you wanted to make any, because obviously there was discussion on the wording, or is it the version that was circulated before we adjourned? Thank you.
It was the second bit that we amended the version to reflect, and that should be displayed in the motion.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, obviously there was discussion about the motion, which then obviously there's now been an amendment put forward as well. Obviously there was, yeah.
What I clarified was I amended the motion to reflect taking out good practice.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah. So it's
still, the motion still stands as.
So it's whether we've got 5 bullet points or 4, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, sorry. Okay. But then it was the motion that was circulated with the change to it, that you're removing the bullet point that had risk-based programme, because that was already in place, and moving. All right, sorry. That's why I'm wanting a bit of clarity. I've got that many bits.
So basically, it was the original motion from that Sean put forward less the line. Yes, it refers to good practice, or okay, for practice. Okay, and then the rest stands as originally submitted, yeah? And my motion was to withdraw that, and my amendment, sorry, was to withdraw that and take out one of the bullet points.
Yes, that's what's displayed on the screen, Chair.
Okay.
Right then. So going to the vote then, we've obviously got a motion proposed by, no,
Could you please have a bit of clarity on this motion? Because my recollection of the discussion so far was that it was the remove the words best practice, not the entire line. You know, and just clarify that that is actually the case. It's not the entire line.
yeah. It's the wording of the motion that was circulated with removal of the words based on national good practice. Yes. Okay. Right. So the motion was proposed by Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Wilson, and we've got an amendment proposed by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Beretti, which was also circulated. So going to the vote then, Chair.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Dashper.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Dorward.
Motion, please.
Councillor Hagman.
Amendment, please.
Okay. Councillor Johnston.
Motion.
Councillor Marsh.
Motion, please.
Councillor Marshall.
Motion, please.
Councillor McFarlane.
Amendment, thanks.
Councillor Slater.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Motion, please.
And Councillor Wilson.
Motion, please.
Thank you. That's the motion carried, 9 votes to 5. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That concludes the business for today. I have no other business. Thanks very much, everybody, for their time, perseverance, I would suggest, and the good way, in fact, this is the way this has been conducted. So thank you very much. All right. Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.